Chapter 242. After a long while, cries of surprise erupted from the crowd. What a terrifying strike! My mind was almost destroyed. Damn it! How could there be such a terrifying strike? Is he really only a spiritual ocean tier martial artist? Senior sister, you lost. This is impossible. I must be dreaming. Wake me up. The disciples of Rain Country cried loudly. They could not believe that the goddess in their hearts would lose. However, the truth was right in front of their eyes. Even if they were heartbroken, they could only accept it. The disciples of Xia Country were in a daze. They could not believe this fact. All this time, they had always been in last place at the bottom of the rankings. Even in the previous competitions, no one was able to make it into the top 3. But this time, not only did they make it into the top 3, they even won first place in one go. This was almost a heaven-defying feat. Everyone's face was full of joy, and they welcomed Lin Xian down. A group of people surrounded him, all cheering and cheering. On the spectator stand, Elder Song and Elder Gu's body trembled slightly, and there was a slight tremor in their voices. We won. We really won. Our Xia Country won first place. The joy of victory hit them hard. It could not be helped. For so many years, Xia Country had been bullied and looked down upon. But now, they had won first place. In the future, no one would be able to laugh at them, and Xia Country's disciples could also hold their heads high. Thinking of this, many Xia Country's disciples looked at Lin Xian, their eyes full of gratitude. However, the competition was not over, and there were still disciples who wanted to compete on the stage. In the end, Ziyi and Yufei fought again, fighting for second place. The two of them fought, and Ziyi won by half a move. When the judge announced that Lin Xian was this year's champion, the whole valley echoed with the laughter of Xia Country's disciples. The disciples of Rain Country could only accept this fact helplessly. Yufei's face had already returned to normal. Lin Xian was indeed stronger than her. She had nothing to say about this. However, the people of Purple Extreme Demon Palace looked gloomy. Ziyi's face was full of unwillingness, and there was a trace of killing intent in his eyes. Finally, the judge sent by the Inscription Union began to give out the rewards. The top 3 would have the qualifications to enter the Inscription Tower, and the first place would be rewarded with an additional spirit gathering pill. After receiving the pill, Lin Xian consumed it on the spot and began to refine it under the protection of Elder Song and the others. This action immediately severed the Purple Extreme Devil Palace's last shred of hope. Ziyi looked at Lin Xian's figure, his eyes almost spitting fire. His left eye was hazy, which was the result of his heavy injuries. The others were also envious, but they could only watch from afar. One day later, Lin Xian opened his eyes. A powerful soul force spread out, causing the nearby disciples to tremble. What a tyrannical soul force! Could it be that Lin Xian broke through again? Everyone looked at Lin Xian with uncertain expressions. Elder Song and Elder Gu were also looking forward to it. This was the peak of second-grade inscription. Yes, this was indeed the peak of second-grade inscription. The two elders smiled with relief. A 17-year-old with the strength of a peak second-grade inscription master. Such a thing had never happened before. The others sucked in a breath of cold air, looking at Lin Xian with envy. Generally speaking, from the early stage to the peak of second-grade inscription master, it would take at least a few decades. However, Lin Xian had actually used a single pill to deal with it. How could everyone not be jealous? The Inscription Tower will open tomorrow. Before that, you should have a good rest. Elder Song said. In the past 2 days of competition, Lin Xian's body and mind had consumed a lot of energy. Moreover, his soul force had suddenly skyrocketed, so he needed to consolidate it. Nodding, Lin Xian closed his eyes again. The night passed in a hurry. When Lin Xian opened his eyes again, it was already the next day. After a day of consolidation, His soul force had completely stabilized. Apart from the elders of the older generation, his soul power was the strongest among all of the elders present. If he were to compete with Ziyi now, he was confident that he could end the battle with his soul force within 3 moves. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xian had a trace of expectation in his heart. A single spirit amassing pill had already caused a huge change in his strength. He wondered how much the inscription tower could increase his strength. Following Elder Song to the northwest corner of the valley, Lin Xian found that the other harmonious spirit elders were all here. There were a total of 8 people, standing in 8 different directions, forming a formation. Each of them struck a mysterious rune in the air, and everyone was constantly moving. A rumbling sound came from the sky, and the ground trembled. A hazy shadow appeared in front of them, like the moon in the mirror, very ethereal. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, the shadow gradually became real. At the same time, there was a feeling of palpitations. 100 meters tall stone tower appeared in front of them, emitting an ancient aura. "You 3, come here quickly," one of the elders shouted in a low voice. Hearing this, Lin Xian and the other 2 quickly walked over. "We are going to open the inscription tower now. Go in and comprehend it well. Remember, you only have 1 day. After 1 day, you must return to the first floor. Otherwise, you will never be able to come out." Lin Xian was slightly shocked, but he remembered all the important points. Rumble, the stone door of the first floor slowly opened. It was a little dark inside, and soul force couldn't explore it. Lin Xian and the other 2 didn't hesitate and quickly rushed in. Behind them, many disciples' eyes were filled with envy. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The 3 of them turned into rays of light and entered the inscription tower. Boom! The stone door of the first floor slowly closed. I wonder what kind of fortune Lin Xian will get in there. Elder Song had a trace of expectation in his heart. The light dimmed, and the stone door completely closed. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. His soul force was limited in here. With his strength as a peak 2nd grade spirit rune master, he could only display 30% of his strength. However, not only him, Ziyi and Yufei were the same. This could be seen from the expressions on their faces. With a cold snort, Ziyi quickly left the first floor. Lin Xian ignored him. The Purple Demon Palace had entered the inscription tower more than once, so they must have a lot of guides. "Lin Gongzi, see you in 1 day." Yufei muttered behind him and left. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. He wasn't in a hurry to leave. Instead, he looked around. Although the light was a little dim, Lin Xian could still see the situation around him. There were many patterns engraved on the walls. There were all kinds of patterns as if they were real. Hihi Xiao Xuanzi, comprehend the first floor well. Lord Alcohol chuckled and transmitted a voice transmission. Lin Xian's heart stirred when he heard that. "Lord Alcohol, is there something special about the first floor?" "Hee, a skyscraper rises from the ground. The foundation is very important." Lin Xian touched his chin and carefully sensed. Sitting cross-legged, Lin Xian closed his eyes and pondered. Gradually, he seemed to sense that there were many figures around him. They were all young disciples who were practicing basic inscriptions. Lin Xian was moved. Chapter 243. Lin Xian was moved when he saw this scene. This should be a reenactment of the past. "Carefully sense their inscriptions and compare them with your own," said Lord Alcohol. Lin Xian carefully sensed it and compared it with his own knowledge. He benefited greatly. He felt that his soul power had become purer and thicker. It didn't feel like it had just been raised. What a wonderful feeling. Lin Xian was delighted. He waited until the effect became very small before he stood up, ignoring everything else. Just the tempering of his soul power made Lin Xian's trip worthwhile. Looking at the 4 walls again, Lin Xian carefully sensed the inscriptions. The inscriptions were very simple and not complicated, but Lin Xian felt an inexplicable aura. It was as if every stroke contained the truth of the inscriptions. Lin Xian immediately made a decision. He didn't plan on going to the upper levels. Instead, he was determined to carefully study the inscriptions on the first level. Firstly, the inscriptions seemed simple, but they contained profound mysteries. Secondly, his soul power had increased rapidly. In a short period of time, he had completed a journey that took others hundreds of years to complete. He needed to completely consolidate his soul power. Not bad. Lord Alcohol nodded in satisfaction. You are willing to give up on the upper levels and focus on the first level. I'm afraid there is no other person with such courage. Indeed, any genius who entered the inscription tower couldn't wait to rush to the upper levels. No one had ever stayed on the first level for such a long time. There was no need to talk about comprehending anything. If you can comprehend the first level, it will be greatly beneficial to you. It will be far better than the other things on the upper levels. With Lord Alcohol's support, Lin Xian felt more at ease. He focused on comprehending the inscriptions. The Great Tao was simple. This sentence was applicable to any kind of cultivation. Lin Xian understood a lot from the inscriptions. Some of the areas that were usually vague were smoothed out. Of course, the more he pondered, the more he realized that the inscriptions were unfathomable. Finally, he imprinted all the inscriptions in his mind. A day passed quickly, and he was about to leave. Ziyi and Yufei came down from the upper levels. The two of them were pleasantly surprised. Clearly, they had gained a lot. However, when they saw Lin Xian sitting cross-legged, they were stunned. This guy wouldn't be staying in the first level all the time, right? Yufei had a puzzled look on her face while Ziyi sneered. The two of them ignored Lin Xian and paid no attention to the pictures on the walls. As far as they were concerned, how could there be anything good on the first level? An hour later, the stone door opened again. Ziyi took the lead and charged out. Yufei followed closely behind, and Lin Xian was the last. He slowly stood up and bowed to his surroundings before walking towards the stone door. Whoosh, whoosh. The 4 patterns flashed and entered his mind. Lin Xian felt a jolt of energy. He felt that he could easily see the 4 carvings. Suppressing his excitement, Lin Xian walked out of the stone tower. Laughter rang out from the Purple Extreme Devil Palace. They must have gotten something good. Rain Countryside was also filled with cheers. Ziyi reached the 8th floor, and Yufei reached the 7th floor. Both of them obtained good things. Lin Xian, which level are you on? Elder Song asked. Hearing this, the disciples of the other 2 countries also pricked up their ears. Humph, I thought he was some kind of genius, but now it seems that he's actually an idiot. Ziyi sneered. Your Xia country's genius actually stayed in the first level for an entire day. What a joke. What? Everyone was stunned and looked at Lin Xian. Many people sneered, and some were puzzled. In their eyes, Lin Xian wouldn't do such a stupid thing. Elder Song and Elder Gu were also surprised and looked at Lin Xian in confusion. Lin Xian didn't want to say anything. Since they misunderstood, then let them misunderstand. This way, it would save him a lot of trouble. I just consolidated my soul power and spent some time. Sigh. Many people sighed. That was the inscription tower. There were so many good things inside, and they were wasted by Lin Xian just like that. Elder Song and Elder Gu sighed, and didn't say anything else. They would rest for a while and return tomorrow. Everyone dispersed and prepared to return. At night, Lin Xian found the 2 elders and asked for some jade slips. Lin Xian, what do you want this for? Elder Song and Elder Gu were puzzled. Lin Xian held the jade slip in his hand and copied a picture on the wall into it. He then handed it to the 2 elders. These days, I am indebted to the 2 elders for taking care of me. Here are some inscription pictures from the inscription tower. They might be useful to the two elders. Elder Song and Elder Gu were slightly surprised. They didn't expect Lin Xian to give them something like this. Using their soul power, they saw a very simple inscription picture. However, upon closer inspection, it didn't seem that simple. This is... Elder Song was a third-grade inscription master, and his knowledge far exceeded that of ordinary people. Although he couldn't understand it immediately with his many years of experience, he knew that this thing wasn't as simple as it seemed. It seems that your harvest is greater than expected. I can rest assured now. Elder Song and Elder Gu put away the jade slip and looked at Lin Xian with a smile. Lin Xian smiled and scratched his head. This was only one of the pictures, and it wasn't one of the 4 strange pictures. It wasn't that he didn't want to give it to Lin Xian, but there was an inexplicable force that prevented Lin Xian from copying the 4 pictures. Elders, I want to go out and travel. I won't be going back with everyone tomorrow. Lin Xian said in a low voice. He wanted to cultivate and improve his strength to prepare for the battle with Lin Feng. But more importantly, he had a map in his hand. The place depicted on the map was relatively close to where he was, and he wanted to explore it. All right, the Great Xia is too small. With your talent, even in the Tianan region, you will be able to shine. Elder Song was very knowledgeable. He didn't stop Lin Xian. This is the Deacon's token of the Inscription Alliance. If you have any difficulties, go to the Inscription Alliance. Elder Song said. Elder Gu also took out a palm-sized token. This is the Elder's token of the 10,000 Treasures Tower. From now on, you are an Elder of the 10,000 Treasures Tower. Lin Xian took the 2 tokens and put them away. Seniors, I'll take my leave now. After bidding farewell to the 2 elders, Lin Xian came to Vivian again, quietly handing over the jade slip in his hand. Lin Xian smiled and said, "Don't show it to others." Vivian was stunned, then nodded, and put away the jade slip. "Take care, we will meet again if fate wills it." Lin Xian waved his hand and disappeared into the night. "Take care." Vivian nodded vigorously. She knew that with Lin Xian's talent, he would go very far in the future. She could only desperately chase after him. "Will we meet again?" Vivian clenched the jade slip. Lin Xian left. He didn't know that his 3 jade slips would become 3 inscription masters in the future, and their names would spread around the Great Xia. Of course, this was a story for another day. The night was hazy, and the faint moonlight sprinkled on the ground. He took out the broken map. There were many red dots on it, and a few of them were near the Green Water Valley. Chapter 244. Lin Xian guessed that the map should have recorded the location of the treasure, and the red dot could be the location where the treasure was buried. However, there were too many red dots, and they needed to be verified one by one. The nearest one is 200 miles away from the Green Water Valley. Let's go there and take a look. Lin Xian put away the map. His body flashed, and he disappeared into the night. Not long after Lin Xian left, the 2 purple shadows quickly rushed into the valley. Whoosh! Zi Ying was as silent as a ghost. The 2 of them arrived at the Purple Extreme Devil Palace's territory and quickly transmitted their voices, reporting to 5th Elder. "That brat really left. Humph! As long as you leave, things will be easier." The 5th Elder sneered, his eyes filled with malice. Such a genius must not be allowed to grow. Otherwise, it will be difficult for the Xia country to control him in the future. The 2 of you, follow Purple Heart. You must kill this brat. For such a small matter, there's no need for senior brother Purple Heart. The 2 of us can do it. The 5th Elder said in a low voice. With Zi Xian taking action, I can rest assured. Beside him, Ziyi revealed a cruel smile. Lin Xian, so what if you've taken first place? You'll still die. Only the one who had the last laugh was the winner. In the night, a hazy figure appeared. At this moment, a devilish young man appeared. His aura was even stronger than violet night's. After the fifth elder gave some instructions, the devilish young man left quietly with the two purple-clothed men. "Did you leave a mark?" The three of them walked out of the valley, and the devilish young man asked. He was the ZXIN that the fifth elder had mentioned. "Don't worry, sir. We've left some extreme purple chi in the surroundings. As long as there's even a little of it on his body, we'll be able to track him down." The purple extreme chi was a colorless and odorless gas. Only those from the purple extreme devil palace could detect it using a secret technique. Once this kind of gas came into contact with one's body, there would be nowhere to run within 1,000 miles. Let him run for a while. Once he's completely out of the Greenwater Valley's range, we'll make our move, Purple Heart said in a low voice. Whoosh. The three figures ran into the distance. Lin Xian hurried through the forest. A distance of 200 kilometers was not too far for him. Finally, he came to the first place marked in red. However, after probing for a while, he didn't find anything. He took out the map, confirmed his target again, and quickly left. After a long while, three figures appeared in front of the cave. It was ZXIN and the other two. "He seems to be looking for something," a figure asked. "Follow them. We'll make our move when the sun rises," Purple Heart said calmly. After a night of running, Lin Xian finally arrived at the second location marked in red at dawn. This was a mountain stream, and the surrounding spiritual energy was dense. Just as Lin Xian was about to investigate, he suddenly became vigilant. Lightning patterns appeared on his body as he flew out like a cannonball. Just as he was about to leave, two silhouettes materialized on the spot, the daggers in their hands stabbing into the void. There was a purplish-black color on the cold light. It was obvious that it had been smeared with poison. Lin Xian's face was gloomy. The two who had attacked him had hidden themselves very well. His soul force had not been able to detect them. If it wasn't for the murderous aura that was emitted when he made his move, which alerted him, he would have been seriously injured by now. Your reflexes are not bad." A faint voice came from the void. Then a figure appeared, purple clothes and purple eyes, the disguise of the Purple Extreme Demon Palace. "You're really haunting me." Lin Xian's voice was cold. "To be honest, your talent is not bad. We won't allow you to continue growing." Purple Heart said slowly, "If you obediently give up, I can consider leaving your corpse intact. Otherwise, you can just wait to fall into hell." Lin Xian stared at the youth who had spoken, and a disdainful smile appeared on his face, as expected of the demonic sect. "However, if you want to keep me here, it's not something that can be done with just a few words." Lin Xian was not arrogant. Even the number one of the younger generation, Ziyi, had lost to him. There was almost no one in the younger generation who could be his opponent. Unless the older generation made a move, he would not be afraid. "Who do you think you are?" When our Lord Purple Heart was famous, he wasn't even born yet. The champion of this year's competition, Purple Heart's eyes flashed with a trace of ridicule. "The two of you can play with him." Whoosh, whoosh. The two silhouettes in purple intertwined and pounced like ghosts. The daggers in their hands were suffused with a purplish-black light, emitting a heart-palpitating aura. The two of them cooperated very well. In an instant, they were on Lin Xian's left and right. Their targets were Lin Xian's vital points. Not far away, Purple Heart sat on a huge rock. She had an evil smile on her face, but her eyes were filled with cold, killing intent. Feeling the fierce attacks coming from both sides, Lin Xian's eyes narrowed, and the aura on his body erupted like a flash flood. The rocks on the ground were instantly shattered into powder, and then scattered in all directions with the surge of spiritual energy. Streaks of copper lightning patterns appeared on Lin Xian's body, and the surrounding air was filled with the power of wind and lightning. He punched out with both fists, and like two dragons, they pounced on the two silhouettes. Clang! The daggers in their hands pierced the lightning dragon's body, and terrifying cracks appeared. However, an even more ferocious power surged out of the lightning dragon's body and entered their bodies through the daggers. Many golden arcs of lightning entered their bodies and rumbled in their bodies. With two muffled groans, the two silhouettes retreated quickly, constantly changing their positions. What a frightening power of lightning! Shock appeared in their eyes. It was obvious that they had suffered under the attack of the golden arcs of lightning. However, since the two of them were able to follow Purple Heart, they were not ordinary people. After a few breaths, the two silhouettes controlled the power of lightning in their bodies and charged over again. Purple ultimate ecstasy kill. The two silhouettes were blood brothers, and their minds were connected. They knew what the other was thinking with just a glance. Under their combined efforts, a psychedelic assassination array appeared in their hands. He used his ultimate move so quickly. Looks like this kid is more interesting than I thought. The smile on Purple Heart's face deepened. Lin Xian tapped his foot lightly, and his right leg swept out. The power of wind and lightning surged, and it had the power to wipe out 1,000 soldiers. Bam, bam, bam. The two silhouettes joined forces and took it head-on. The purple-black daggers pierced towards Lin Xian's right leg like raindrops. The copper lightning patterns emitted light, and like the most solid barrier, it protected Lin Xian's body. Swish! Formless soul power surged towards Lin Xian, and in an instant, dozens of silhouettes appeared around him. Every one of them seemed real. 10 silhouettes joined forces, and they stabbed towards Lin Xian from all directions. Illusion technique. Lin Xian's lips curled up, and the soul power of a peak second-grade inscription master spread out, fiercely hitting the silhouettes. Puff, puff. The illusions around him disappeared, and two silhouettes flew out in a sorry state. Boom. The two silhouettes landed on the ground, and a terrifying crater was formed. What a strong soul power. How is this possible? Fear finally appeared in their eyes. They did not believe that such soul power would appear on a 17-year-old boy. Even Purple Heart, who was far away, put away her playful smile, and her eyes flickered. Interesting. You two trash. Quickly finish him off. Chapter 245. Purple Heart's words shocked the two martial artists in purple. They knew that this was a sign that Purple Heart was about to get angry. The two of them had joined forces, and yet they couldn't take down a little brat. It was embarrassing. Strongest attack, purple illusion, heart-piercing stab. The two of them pressed their palms together as their bodies spun like a top. Wung, wung. The air vibrated as the trees on both sides were uprooted and turned into powder in midair. Stab. A purple vortex flew out with two cold glints in its center. They were like the eyes of a ferocious beast and were filled with a dangerous aura. Lin Xian pursed his lips, and the aura on his body rose again. Lightning surged and formed a strange rune. With a flip of his palm, the red flame sword appeared in his hand. The heavy sword had a thick back and a broad sword body. The heavy sword once again emitted a dark red glow. Like a brand, the runes on the sword body flickered and were filled with a mysterious aura. In an instant, the lightning on Lin Xian's body covered the sword and formed a sharp sawtooth. Holding the sword with both hands, Lin Xian swung it with all his might. Whoosh! Crack! This attack contained all of Lin Xian's strength, and the ferocious power tore the air apart. Boom! The heavy sword hit the purple vortex, and an earth-shattering sound exploded. An extremely unstable energy wave spread out in all directions. Everywhere it passed, everything turned into ashes. In the center, a light pillar with a diameter of 3 meters shot up into the sky and dispersed all the clouds in the sky. Purple Heart's body floated and landed on the ground like a feather. Purple light flashed in his eyes as he looked forward. In the next moment, he frowned and his face darkened. When all the light disappeared, Lin Xian's voice could be heard. The lightning on his body had disappeared, and the red flame sword in his hand was dripping with blood. A pungent stench filled the air and made people want to vomit. 5 meters in front of him, the ground caved in, and there was a deep pit with a diameter of more than 10 meters. There were countless cracks spreading around it. In the pit, there were 2 lumps of mud-like things piled up, and there was still the power of the lightning on them. Purple Heart's face darkened. He had seen that attack clearly. Lin Xian directly used brute force to turn his 2 subordinates into meat paste, and that terrifying strength made his expression change slightly. Very good. Your strength has exceeded my expectations. This is even more fun. Purple Heart regained her composure in an instant, but the murderous aura on her body became even stronger. He slowly stretched out a hand and said in a contemptuous tone, "I can deal with you with one hand. If there was anyone else here, their jaws would definitely drop." Who was Lin Xian? He was the champion of this year's Inscription Tower competition, and his strength had firmly suppressed the younger generation, and now there was actually someone who wanted to finish him off with one hand. This CXIan was definitely a lunatic. Lin Xian looked at the arrogant young man in front of him and didn't retaliate. On the contrary, he felt an indescribable sense of danger from Purple Heart. As a swordsman, he trusted his instincts. Therefore, he planned to give it his all. Putting away the red flame sword, Lin Xian took out the autumn scar sword. The sword light was like autumn water, shining in all directions. A sharp sword intent surged in his body, ready to burst out at any moment. On the opposite side, Purple Heart didn't rush over. Instead, an evil smile appeared on his face. "Perhaps I don't even need to do anything. You will die." Purple light flashed in his eyes as he suddenly activated the purple demon eyes. Purple flames jumped towards Lin Xian. Cut! The soul sword flew out, turning into a shapeless sword chi and slashing towards the purple fire. The 2 collided in the air, like swords clashing. Split! Purple Heart's eyes moved, and the purple fire in the air suddenly split into 2. One ball restrained the soul, while the other ball quickly rushed towards Lin Xian. Everywhere it passed, the broken trees were all set ablaze, turning into ashes in an instant. Wong! Lin Xian suddenly pulled out his sword, and the wind and thunder sword light flashed out, hacking at the purple fire. The dragon sword intent surged, increasing the attacking power of this sword by several times. Before the sword chi arrived, 100-meter-long crack appeared on the ground. Swoosh! Swoosh! The purple fire was impacted, and its speed slowed down. Under the pressure of the sword chi, it kept changing its shape. Whoosh! Finally, the purple fire dissipated, and the soul sword flew back. Lin Xian and Purple Heart faced each other from afar. Peak grade 2 soul power. Not bad. Purple Heart snapped his fingers, and a ball of flame appeared on his fingertip. The purple flame jumped. Although it was small, it emitted a terrifying aura. Lin Xian didn't dare to be careless. His long sword danced, and he quickly stabbed out. Swoosh! Swoosh! Bright sword light surged, and like a waterfall, it slashed down. The air trembled, and explosions occurred continuously, blowing up the surrounding mountains. Facing this fierce sword, Purple Heart smiled disdainfully. He flicked his finger, and the purple flame quickly rushed out. Like jumping fairies, the small purple flame collided with the sword chi and constantly mixed. It was like ice meeting fire, and there was a sizzling sound. On the materialized sword chi, a wormhole-like crack appeared, and it quickly became bigger. Lin Xian's pupils shrank. The terror of the flame was beyond his imagination. Wind Emperor's sword. Lin Xian swung his sword again, and the fierce wind disappeared. It was as if there was only one sword left in the world. Ka, Ka. The original sword Chi was burned by the purple flame, and it was broken. However, an even more fierce sword Chi attacked. Clang! A thunderous sound reverberated through the air. The purple flame was knocked away, and its color dimmed. Seeing this, Lin Xian's body shook, and like lightning, he stabbed towards Purple Heart. Seeing that his purple flame was obstructed again, Purple Heart's face darkened. He opened his right hand, and traces of purple flame shot out from his palm, forming a flaming palm. Whoosh! He pushed his palm out, and half the sky turned into a sea of fire. Sword light flashed, and the endless flames were split in half. Lin Xian opened a path in the raging flames. Whoosh! His body shook, and he disappeared again. The long sword in his hand pierced towards Purple Heart's forehead with a fierce aura. Scram! Purple Heart's 5 fingers formed a claw, and flames danced on it. He mercilessly clawed forward. Ding, ding, ding! In a flash, Lin Xian stabbed more than 100 times, and they clashed with the flaming palm, creating a series of explosions. Great dragon sword intent! Lin Xian's eyes focused, and his attacks became fierce again. Many of the flames on Purple Heart's palm were extinguished by the sword intent, revealing his pale palm. Ka! Purple Heart exerted his strength and grabbed the Autumn Scar sword. Then his face turned ferocious. Brat, I'm not in the mood to play with you anymore. Die. An enormous aura gushed out from his body, covering the sky and the earth. It was as if 10,000 mountains were going to crush everything. The surrounding rocks and trees were crushed into powder by this formless aura. Even the ground caved in by half a foot. Lin Xian's bones cracked under the pressure. He tried his best to pull back his long sword, but it was useless. Brat, today I'll show you the terror of a half-step, harmonious spirit expert. Chapter 246. Half-step, harmonious spirit. Hearing these words, Lin Xian's pupils shrunk. His expression was somewhat ugly. Half-step, harmonious spirit realm. This kind of situation was beyond his expectations. Anything related to the harmonious spirit realm was not something a Sea of Souls realm warrior could contend against. Seeing the change in Lin Xian's expression, Xian couldn't help but laugh. He liked to enjoy the frightened expressions of his opponents. It was a kind of pleasure for him. Die in fear. Xian laughed loudly. His left hand suddenly stretched out, and a fierce spirit power instantly bombarded Lin Xian's body. Lin Xian decisively abandoned the Autumn Scar sword and retreated like lightning. At the same time, he activated the ancient armor and the copper thunder mark with all his might. Layers of lightning marks flickered and quickly formed on the surface of his body. At the same time, a thick and heavy armor appeared on top of it. However, the strength of a half-step, harmonious spirit realm warrior was much stronger than he had imagined. Almost in the blink of an eye, that fierce power had already crashed into his body. Puff! As if a huge mountain had crashed into his body, Lin Xian felt that all the bones in his body were about to shatter. Block for me. His expression was ferocious. He crazily activated all his defenses, but his body flew out like a cannonball. Crack, crack. On his chest, the copper thunder mark dimmed, as if it had been extinguished. Not only that, but a glaring crack had also appeared on the armor he was wearing. Boom. His body crashed into the ground, creating a deep hole. Lin Xian endured the pain and drank a cup of spirit wine at the first moment. If it wasn't for the copper thunder mark and the ancient armor, this attack would have taken his life. Moreover, his loss was also huge. Not only was the copper thunder mark damaged, the armor on it was also destroyed. With the help of the spirit wine, Lin Xian quickly recovered. He didn't die? Xian was very surprised. His attack just now was enough to kill any Sea of Souls realm warrior 1,000 times over. A purple light flashed as the Xin looked at Lin Xian. Humph, so you have a spirit armor to protect your body. No wonder you could survive. But why do you have so much this time? As soon as she finished speaking, the Xin quickly rushed over. Purple flames appeared on her palm. Lin Xian felt goosebumps all over his body. He felt as if he was being stared at by a peerless beast that could devour him at any moment. Don't take it head on. The difference is too great. Lord Alcohol reminded. Lin Xian nodded. The Xian was much stronger than him. Even Meng Yan, Lin Feng, and the others couldn't stop her. This was not surprising. Although Purple Heart looked young, she was actually in her 40s. She had been cultivating for far longer than Lin Xian. Qing Nu, I'm counting on you. His storage ring flashed, and a green figure appeared. Lin Xian's eyes changed, forming inscriptions that entered the body of the green figure. It's useless. In front of me, Sea of Soul, realm martial artists are no different from ants. Purple Heart suddenly appeared, and her purple flame palm slammed down. Boom! The flames danced and burned the air, turning into a sea of fire that spread out in all directions. However, a green figure blocked in front of Lin Xian and received the palm strike. Die. Purple Heart's eyes were cold. She planned to kill both of them together. The moment she touched the body of the green-haired man, a cold and dark chi soared into the sky as if it wanted to devour everything. Rolling green smoke formed a 10-meter big fist and blasted toward Purple Heart. The mountain rocks shattered, and the trees within 100 meters were snapped. Like a huge mountain, the green fist deflected the flame palm and rushed toward Purple Heart with an even sharper aura. Humph! Purple Heart snorted coldly. Her body was like a flame that spread out in all directions and then reformed behind her. While the two were fighting, Lin Xian's body swayed and retrieved the Autumn Scar sword. So what if you're a half-step harmonious spirit realm? I've even slapped the face of a true harmonious spirit realm expert, let alone you. Lin Xian was furious. Since the other party wanted to kill him, he wouldn't show any mercy. Qing Nu, kill him, Lin Xian coldly shouted. This Qing Nu was the mysterious green-haired man who had followed Lin Xian. However, now that Lin Xian had used the slave imprint on her, she could only listen to his orders. Shoo, 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 shoo. The green-haired man's hair flew toward Purple Heart like thousands of sharp arrows. You still have a helper. Purple Heart could feel Qing Nu's aura, and his heart became heavy. He put away his playful mood, and his eyes became unusually sharp. Unless you're a true harmonious spirit realm expert, you can just wait for your death. Obviously, Purple Heart didn't plan to let Lin Xian go. Purple flame transformation. With a flip of his palm, the purple flame turned into a 100-meter big firebird that covered the sky and rushed forward. Puff, puff, great dragon sword intent. Outer sky flying star. Lin Xian became one with his sword and turned into a shooting star that pierced toward Purple Heart. With a flash of sword light, the Autumn Scar sword pierced through Purple Heart's chest and sent him flying. Wind Emperor's sword. Lin Xian attacked again. With a thrust of his sword, the wind and clouds changed. The glaring sword light slashed on Purple Heart's body and sent him flying. The purple firebird in the sky disappeared, and Purple Heart's body was sent flying 100 meters away. Lin Xian let out a sigh of relief, but then he frowned. Under his soul perception, Purple Heart's aura didn't weaken. On the contrary, it was getting stronger. Did I not hurt him? Lin Xian's heart was in turmoil. Kid, I have to admit that I have underestimated you, but with just these, you can't hurt me. Purple Heart's voice was cold. He took a step forward and instantly arrived in front of Lin Xian. He tore off the tattered clothes on his body, revealing the dark black armor on his body. I have a high-rank profound armor. You can't break through my defense. Purple Heart's face showed a playful expression. With this armor, even if he faced Qing Nu, he wouldn't be afraid. I will cut 36,000 cuts on your body, and then sprinkle bloodthirsty ants on your body to eat your flesh. I will let your soul reincarnate in hell. Purple Heart's voice was cold, like a demon's. Lin Xian took a deep breath. We don't know who will die yet. Qing Nu, go. Swoosh. The green figure pounced forward again and engaged in a fierce battle with Purple Heart. Lin Xian continued to merge the Sword of Soul and the great dragon sword intent at the side. Finally, after 15 times, he succeeded. Roar! A deep dragon roar sounded, and the formless sword of soul pierced toward Purple Heart with the support of the sword intent. The power of the Sword of Soul had at least doubled. This was also why Lin Xian had chosen to use the Sword of Soul and not the Flame of Soul. Swoosh! The Sword of Soul was silent and quickly attacked Purple Heart. Humph! Insignificant skill. Purple Heart sneered. His eyes turned, and the flame of soul gushed out. Chi-chi! Puff! The two collided, and the flame of soul only resisted for a breath's time before it was extinguished. What? Purple Heart frowned. He didn't expect Lin Xian's soul attack to be so strong. In the next moment, he finally tasted the power of the Sword of Soul. Chapter 247. The Soul Sword that had merged with the sword had become extremely powerful. This move was very close to the attack of a third-tier inscription master. Purple Heart was heavily injured and dizzy. All the martial arts he had used had disappeared. Qing Nu took this opportunity to attack fiercely. Her green fingertips slashed across Purple Heart's body, leaving many horrifying wounds. Lin Xian met the sword head-on, thrusting his sword forward. Great dragon sword will, green dragon goes to the sea. The sword light was like a dragon, rolling in the clouds and roaring ferociously. This time, it attacked Purple Heart's forehead, intending to end the battle in one go. Puff! Blood splattered from Purple Heart's forehead. The Autumn Scar sword was less than 3 feet away from Purple Heart's head. At this moment, Purple Heart suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were purple. His head was in a mess. The long sword grazed his head, leaving a bloody mark. Kid, I want you dead. Purple Heart was furious. The blood on his forehead had evaporated. Purple Extreme's secret art, blood evil descent. Boom. His body suddenly grew 3 feet tall, like a giant. It was actually the Purple Extreme Hall's martial arts. Qing Nu smiled evilly and pointed out. Puff! Purple Heart's swollen body was like a deflated balloon. It immediately softened. Impossible! How could you break it? Fear appeared on Purple Heart's face. This was the Purple Extreme Demon Palace's secret art. It was impossible to break it. However, the green-haired man had broken it with a single finger. This completely overturned his understanding. He did not know that the green-haired man was the evil dragon sex envoy's clone, and that the Purple Extreme Demon Palace was just a hall. In front of the green-haired man, the two were not on the same level. Master, release my seal. I have a way to kill him. The green-haired man looked back at Lin Xian with a trace of excitement in his eyes. Lin Xian frowned as a bad premonition arose in his heart. Humph! He snorted and used the slave seal. The green-haired man showed a pained expression. At the same time, Lin Xian's body flashed and appeared in front of Purple Heart. Kid, you dare to touch me? Purple Heart was furious. Lin Xian's gaze was cold. Cold light flickered on his fingertips. Half of the mysterious ice chi flowed out and circled around Zi Xian's body. An abnormally cold aura overflowed and froze everything in the surroundings. How is this possible? Purple Heart's face was filled with terror. He could feel the threat of death looming over him. Crack! His head was frozen, and the fear on his face was frozen forever. With a flash of sword light, a head flew up. Purple Heart's face was still filled with fear. Even in death, he could not believe that Lin Xian could kill him so easily. The green-haired man's expression changed drastically when he sensed the icy qi. Lin Xian's cold gaze enveloped Qi Nu as he warned, "Don't play any tricks, or I'll kill you." The green-haired man did not dare to act rashly and could only obey obediently. Lin Xian formed a seal with his palm and used the slave seal to put the blue-haired man away. Then he showed a pained expression. That was his last trace of mysterious ice qi. Now that he had used half of it, there was still half of it left. However, he did not regret it. Firstly, he killed Xian, and secondly, he used this opportunity to intimidate Qi Nu, putting away his long sword. Lin Xian took off Xian's upper-grade Mystic-class armor and put it on. Then he took the storage ring from Xian's hand. With a flick of his finger, a golden arc flew out and shattered Xian's body. After jumping down the mountain stream, Lin Xian found a safe place and heaved a sigh of relief. In the battle just now, he was hit by Xian's palm and suffered serious internal injuries. After drinking a cup of spirit wine, Lin Xian began to use the art of longevity. 2 hours later, he opened his eyes. With a flip of his hand, Xian's storage ring appeared. He hoped to get some compensation. Lin Xian was looking forward to it. 30,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Lin Xian's pupils shrank. This guy is really rich. Middle-grade spirit stones were far more precious than low-grade spirit stones. Even some elders of 2-star sects might not necessarily have 30,000 mid-grade spirit stones. In addition to the spirit stones, Lin Xian also found the complete version of the purple demon eyes. Its power was many times stronger than the purple spirit eyes. Even though Lin Xian had the inscriptions from the stone eyeball, the purple demon eyes was still very valuable to him. As for the other low-grade mystic-class artifacts, Lin Xian did not care about them. After putting these things away, Lin Xian stood up and looked around. He still did not find anything, so he decisively left. In the following days, Lin Xian searched according to the red marks on the map while comprehending the 4 inscriptions in his mind. These 4 inscriptions recorded the soul cultivation method, which made Lin Xian's soul cultivation speed faster than before. At the same time, he was also practicing a sword technique that Lord Alcohol had given him. The Azure Cloud 9 swords had a total of 9 stances. When used with the Great Dragon Sword intent, it was extremely powerful. After more than a month of practice, Lin Xian was able to use the first 3 stances. Over the past month, he had found almost half of the red marks on the map. The next one was 1,500 kilometers away. Lin Xian's body flashed as he darted out like a swimming dragon. This set of footwork was called the Dragon Rebel Steps. It contained the Dragon Rebel 7 Steps, which was also taught to him by Lord Alcohol. With the Dragon Rebel Steps, Lin Xian's speed was 3 times faster than before. With a flash, Lin Xian disappeared from the forest. While Lin Xian was searching for the marks on the map, the 3-star sects in the surrounding countries like China and Shadow Nation were also busy. China, snow-seeking sect. 1 saber, ice snow. The floating island that only opens once every few hundred years is finally open again. This time, we have been promoted to a 3-star sect. The 2 of you can enter, an elder said with a chuckle. Sword Pool Manor, Lin family. Feng this floating island is a great opportunity. You must not miss it. The Earth Fire sect, Blue Moon sect, and other 3-star sects were all preparing. Shadow Nation, Purple Demon Palace. 2 elders' faces darkened. Zixin has been out for a month. Why isn't she back yet? The floating island is about to open. Did an accident happen? Impossible. What accident can there be when dealing with a second-grade inscriber? Let's wait for another 3 days. If she doesn't come back, we'll send someone else. This is a competition between all the factions in the Tianan region. We can't be careless. Lin Xian didn't know about this. He was looking for his next destination. 5 days later, he arrived at a mountain peak. Still nothing. Lin Xian sighed. He didn't plan to waste any more time. Rest up. I'll go somewhere else to train. Lin Xian took out the frost platform and began cultivating. Not long after, the sky suddenly darkened, as if a huge palm had covered the sky. At the same time, a terrifying pressure came from the sky. Whoosh! Lin Xian suddenly opened his eyes and put away the frost platform. He looked cautiously at the sky. Woochie woochie! The snow-white monkey jumped onto his shoulder and looked curiously at the sky with its black gem-like eyes. Ever since it ate the dragon fruit, it had fallen into a deep sleep and had only woken up a few days ago. This pressure should come from a strange, independent space, said Lord Alcohol with a voice transmission. Lin Xian touched his chin. What kind of space is so scary? Buzz, buzz. Suddenly, thousands of rays of light shot down from the dark sky and flew in all directions. One of them flew toward Lin Xian. Chapter 248. Lin Xian was enveloped by the light from the sky and felt warm all over. What's going on? Lin Xian was puzzled. Let's see what you have on you, Lord Alcohol transmitted. Lin Xian scanned with his soul spirit and suddenly exclaimed. In the corner of his storage ring, there was a palm-sized stone token that emitted a gentle light. Beside it, there was a stone key. These two items were obtained when Lin Xian obtained the Wind Thearcha's sword. He didn't expect them to be of use at this moment. He took out the stone token and placed it in his palm. Buzz. The void trembled as the light resonated with the stone token and gradually became blurry. Lin Xian didn't hesitate as he grabbed the token and disappeared with the light. If he wasn't wrong, the place he was going to was related to the Wind Thearch. He wouldn't miss out on something that could increase his strength. At the same time, the disciples of the 3-star and above sects were also taken away by the light. After an unknown period of time, Lin Xian woke up again. Birds chirped, flowers bloomed, and waterfalls flowed. The surroundings were like a fairyland. The dense trees were hundreds of meters tall, and their branches were strong and vigorous like horned dragons. Lin Xian released his soul spirit and didn't sense any danger. Only then did he heave a sigh of relief. The teleportation made him feel extremely tired. He just wanted to have a good sleep. Hiding in the bushes, Lin Xian lowered his aura to the lowest and entered a state of rest. A day later, he slowly woke up. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xian's essence, energy, and spirit reached their peak. What dense spiritual energy! He sighed. The spiritual energy here far exceeded that of the outside world. Even a third-grade sect couldn't compare to it. Cultivating here for a day was probably equivalent to cultivating for a few days outside. Lin Xian's eyes flashed and were incomparably deep. He obtained the cultivation method of the purple demon eyes from Purple Heart Storage Ring and upgraded his purple spirit eyes to the purple demon eyes. At the same time, he used the method taught by Lord Alcohol to hide the purple light. Now, when he used his eye technique, only faint runes flashed. There was no longer any purple light. Practicing the secret arts of other sects was a taboo. Moreover, the Purple Extreme Devil Palace was a 3-star sect. Lin Xian didn't want to be hunted down by them every day. The Purple Demon Eyes had a total of 6 stages. Violet Knight had only cultivated to the 3rd stage, while Violet Heart had cultivated to the 4th. The difference was that Ziyi needed to borrow the power of his bloodline to use the flame of the soul, while Xian could easily use it. With the foundation of the purple spirit eyes and his powerful soul force, Lin Xian quickly reached the 4th stage. Now, he could also use the soul flame. He turned his gaze and looked around. In the end, he discovered that this space was so big that he couldn't see the end of it. That day, many multicolored lights descended from the sky. It seems like I wasn't the only one who entered this place. Could it be that it was the same as the trial by blood and fire, with many sects entering? In fact, Lin Xian's guess was not far from the truth. There were indeed many sects that had entered, but the standard this time was clearly much higher than in the cloud state. To be able to enter this place, one had to be a 3-star sect at the very least. Let's scout it out first. Lin Xian decided to scout the situation first. Using the Dragon Inverse steps, Lin Xian's speed was extremely fast. Half a day later, Lin Xian came to a mountain peak and fell in a deep thought. Hee kid, you've finally discovered it. Lord Alcohol chuckled. You already knew? Lin Xian was taken aback as he helplessly stroked his chin. He took out the old map marked with a red mark and looked at it carefully. If one looked carefully, they would realize that some of the places Lin Xian had passed by were shockingly similar to what was drawn on the map. Could this map have been drawn here? Lin Xian had a bold idea. You guessed right. This should be a strategy that has been circulated. Lord Alcohol snorted. Then what are we waiting for? The treasures buried in such a treasure ground must be extraordinary. Lin Xian's heart burned with passion. He took out the map and found his location. Then he found the area closest to him that was marked with a red. Wu-chi, Wu-chi. The snow-white monkey also pointed in that direction and cheered. Let's go! Rubbing the monkey's head, Lin Xian transformed into a beam of light. The area closest to him was a pool surrounded by mountains. Lin Xian came to a short mountain peak, and his eyes flickered as he scouted the situation. In front of him was a jade-green lake that sparkled like a flawless emerald. It was a 7-meter-long saber-toothed tiger with a pair of wings on its back that were covered in metallic feathers. The demonic aura around this demonic beast was exuberant, as it danced like flames around its body. At that moment, it was lowering its head to drink water, causing ripples to appear on the surface of the lake. Suddenly, the demon tiger seemed to have sensed something as it flapped its wings in an attempt to escape. Swoosh! The surface of the lake suddenly exploded as a blue light flashed. Accompanied by a deep roar, a behemoth leaped out of the water. The blue light was like lightning more than 10 meters long. It was extremely fast and instantly pierced through the demon tiger's wings. Then it suddenly pulled the tiger back and swallowed it. Gua gua. After the gigantic demonic beast finished its meal, it was abnormally excited as it walked out of the lake. Lin Xian's eyes narrowed as he used the qi restraining art to conceal his aura. Then he carefully hid behind the mountain peak. What a huge frog! He was astonished. Beside the lake in front of him, a blue frog that looked like a small mountain stood there. Its demonic aura surged into the sky, scattering the clouds in the sky. This isn't a frog. It's a blue-eyed blue toad that contains a trace of the bloodline of an ancient beast. It's extremely ferocious, Lord Alcohol said with a voice transmission. Its ancestor is the 9-eyed heavenly toad, one of the 10 ancient beasts. 10 ancient beasts? 9-eyed heavenly toad? Lin Xian had never heard of it. He had only heard of divine beasts like the Azure Dragon and True Phoenix. However, Lin Xian didn't dare to be careless. He felt an aura that surpassed the spirit sea realm. This aura seemed to be even stronger than ZXIN's. If Lin Xian encountered it a few days ago, he would probably have to run. However, his strength had increased by quite a bit. Even if he wasn't a match for it, he could still protect himself. It's actually a blue-eyed blue toad. Its skin is of the best quality. Not only is its defense extremely strong, but it also contains poison. Even a harmonious spirit expert would have to stay away from it. A few loud laughs were heard, causing the lake water to tremble and countless waves to rise. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 5 figures landed in front of him as they stared at the blue-eyed blue toad with fiery eyes. These 5 people were very young, only in their 20s, but their auras were extremely powerful. They were not inferior to Ziyi, Yufei, and the rest. Lin Xian frowned slightly as he looked at the figures in the distance in surprise. What powerful strength! Who are these people? I'm afraid they're disciples from large sects participating in the trial. They're at least at the level of the Purple Extreme Devil Palace, Lord Alcohol said in a deep voice. Lin Xian was vigilant. The Purple Extreme Devil Palace was a 3-star sect. It was one of the top forces in the Xia country, Shadow country, and other places. If the disciples here were all from 3-star sects, it would be too terrifying. Chapter 249. These people are almost on par with Ziyi, Yufei, and the others. Lin Xian sensed and praised inwardly. At this moment, the people in the distance made their move. Several terrifying attacks attacked the blue-eyed blue toad, and the power made Lin Xian's eyelids twitch. These people were all at the peak of the 7th layer of the spiritual ocean tier, and used spirit tier martial arts which were extremely powerful. The blue-eyed blue toad was furious. It cried out twice, and its tongue lashed out like a whip. Hong, chi, chi. A neat cut appeared on the ground. The 5 people quickly dodged and attacked again. For a moment, the nearby rocks shattered and the lake surged. Xiao, Xuanzi, go to the bottom of the lake. There might be blue-eyed blue toad eggs, Lord Alcohol transmitted. Lin Xian was overjoyed when he heard this, and he left quietly, circling to a distance. Lin Xian dove into the water like a fish and quickly swam downwards. At the same time, the leader of the 5 said quickly, Junior Sister Sue, go to the bottom of the lake and see if there are any blue-eyed blue toad eggs. If there are, we must retrieve them. The rest of you, attack with all your might. We must finish them off before the Black Wind sect. Yes, the 4 martial artists attacked with all their might, while Junior Sister Sue transformed into a spirit armor that covered her body and dove into the lake. Lin Xian was swimming underwater. The width of the lake was far beyond his imagination, and the pressure underwater was much stronger than the outside. Suddenly, his brows twitched, and he looked up. Over there, a beautiful figure was descending at a rapid speed. It's her. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. He recognized that the woman was one of the members attacking the blue-eyed blue toad. Looks like she has the same idea as me. Lin Xian's face darkened, and he increased his speed. Su Xiao also saw someone below and was surprised. Could it be the Black Wind Sect's people? Thinking of this, she couldn't help but increase her speed. The spirit armor on her body gradually changed and transformed into a fishtail-shaped light under her feet. With a swing of her fishtail, Su Xiao's speed doubled. So fast, Lin Xian was shocked. He could sense that the woman was rapidly approaching. He turned around and unleashed his extreme purple pupil, and a look of realization appeared on his face when he saw the fishtail-shaped beam of light. The spirit energy in Lin Xian's body circulated, and the armor on his body continuously changed, finally transforming into the shape of a flood dragon. His dragon tail shook, and his body flew out like a sharp sword. Ha! So fast. Lin Xian's face lit up. He had the great dragon sword seal, so this change was nothing to him. However, when this change fell into Su Xiao's eyes, it caused a great commotion. She cultivated a type of martial skill that allowed her to transform into a fishtail, and the person below had obviously learned it on the spot, which made her extremely surprised. Gritting his teeth, Su Xiao circulated his spirit energy with all his might, increasing his speed once more. Whoosh, whoosh. The flow of water around them became rapid, as if something was coming. Lin Xian's soul force was outstanding. As he looked over, His expression changed. A school of strangely shaped fish was rapidly swimming toward them. There were over 100 of them. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, this school of strange fish had already arrived in front of Lin Xian. Their heads were like lizards and their bodies were slender with fine fish scales. Their sharp teeth were comparable to treasured weapons, shining with a cold light. Crack, crack! A finger-sized hole had been bitten into Lin Xian's protective spiritual armor, and he was covered in wounds. Damn it! Lin Xian's expression changed drastically, and he immediately unleashed the copper thunder pattern. Rings of mysterious thunder patterns covered his body, and violent lightning surged, overflowing in the water. Crackle, crackle! Like a furious thunder dragon, it killed all the fish within 20 meters. However, even more strange fish were biting toward him. Go! Lin Xian did not dare to delay, and with a stroke of his finger, he unleashed the wind, splitting stance. The water in front of him seemed to have been cut open, and a vacuum appeared. Lin Xian seized the opportunity, and his body rushed out like a flood dragon. There's light ahead. Lin Xian's body moved, and he swam toward the light. The light was a bubble with a diameter of about 10 meters. There were some basin-sized eggs and millstone-sized tadpoles swimming inside. It's the blue-eyed blue toad's eggs. Lin Xian was overjoyed. At the same time, he realized that the strange fish behind him were wandering in the distance, not daring to approach the bubbles. That's right, these bubbles contain a thick evil aura. Normal demonic beasts would not dare to approach them. Just as Lin Xian was about to collect the blue-eyed blue toad's eggs, a light flashed behind him, and a figure rushed out quickly, as expected of a disciple of a large sect. You got out of danger so quickly, Lin Xian praised. The person behind him was Su Xiao. She held a red thin sword in her hand, and she killed a bloody path. Demonic beast eggs? Su Xiao's eyes were filled with surprise, and then she looked at Lin Xian. I'm from the Star Peak Pavilion. If you know what's good for you, leave quickly. These aren't things you can have. She scolded, and at the same time, she quickly approached the bubbles below. Lin Xian ignored her, and his gaze swept across the demonic beast eggs below. Suddenly, his brows twitched. In one of the bubbles, there was an egg. There were strands of golden light twining around it, and it faintly emitted an unusual aura. There's actually a phenomenon of atavism. Lord Alcohol was shocked. Xiao, Xuanzi, this is good stuff. When it grows up, it'll be comparable to a spirit-detecting realm expert. Spirit-detecting realm. That's an existence even stronger than a harmonious spirit realm expert. Lin Xian's eyes burned with passion, and he quickly rushed toward the golden egg. You're courting death, Su Xiao shouted from the side. Her target was also the golden egg. Without hesitation, she stabbed out with her red, thin sword. Several sword beams tore through the water and rushed toward Lin Xian. With a stomp, Lin Xian's body twisted strangely, dodging all the sword beams. At the same time, runes flashed in his eyes. Sword Spirit World. When she came into contact with Lin Xian's right eye, Su Xiao's body trembled, as if her soul was being sucked away. Her surroundings changed drastically. Several pitch-black chains bound her tighter and tighter, making it difficult for her to breathe. You're from the Purple Extreme Devil Palace. Su Xiao screamed and struggled frantically. It was rumored that the disciples of the Purple Extreme Devil Palace were ruthless and knew an eye technique called the Purple Extreme Devil Eyes. The young man in front of her was clearly using an eye technique. Purple Extreme Devil Palace? Lin Xian was slightly stunned. Did they come in as well? Although he was surprised, he didn't slow down. He released the snow-white monkey, and a white light rushed toward the golden egg. It's useless. You don't have a demonic beast pouch. You can't raise it. Su Xiao screamed from afar. Whoosh! With a flash, Lin Xian arrived in front of Su Xiao. "What are you doing?" Su Xiao's eyes revealed a trace of panic. "Since you know so much, you must have a demonic beast pouch on you." Lin Xian reached out and grabbed Su Xiao's waist. "Shameless! I won't give it to you." Su Xiao bit the tip of her tongue and temporarily regained her consciousness. The red rapier drew a strange arc in the air, aiming for Lin Xuanxiang's eyes, chest, and throat. Su Xiao, on the other hand, kept retreating. Purple Extreme Devil Eyes, 4th level. Lin Xian's body moved erratically, and an invisible soul force rushed towards Su Xiao. Chapter 250. Lin Xian used an extremely powerful illusion to make Su Xiao fall into a trance. With a flash of his hand, he took the demonic beast pouch from Su Xiao's waist. Well, a white light flew over from afar. The snow-white monkey was holding a demonic beast egg that was the size of a wash basin. It was crying out happily. At this moment, a croaking sound came from the bubble below. Not good. Lin Xian's expression changed. He put the golden demonic beast egg into the demonic beast pouch and quickly left with the snow-white monkey. The sound from below was getting louder and louder. It woke Su Xiao up from the illusion. Damn it! Su Xiao's delicate face was filled with anger. As an elite disciple of the Star Peak sect, she had never been taken advantage of. But now, in the hands of Lin Xian, not only did she lose the demonic beast pouch, but even the precious demonic beast egg was stolen. Ah, bastard! Su Xiao shouted angrily. She quickly swam up. "I must tell senior brother to capture this abominable fellow." At the lakeside, the other 4 disciples of the Star Peak sect were fighting with the blue-eyed blue toad. Suddenly, a croaking sound came from the bottom of the lake. Croak! The sound made the blue-eyed blue toad extremely irritable. It jumped into the water. Junior apprentice sister Su must have succeeded. "Stop it!" The 4 of them worked together. Sword chi intertwined in the air, forming a 100-meter-long sword net. Every sword chi was as thick as a tree. Buzz! The sword net emitted a dazzling light. It stopped the blue-eyed blue toad and quickly pressed down. Whoosh! Whoosh! The blue-eyed blue toad cried out angrily. Its body kept colliding with the huge sword net. The ground cracked. Huge waves that were hundreds of meters high rushed towards the crowd. At the same time, the blue light on its body flickered. It opened its mouth and spat out a blue mist. "Retreat! It's poisonous!" The disciples of the Star Peak Pavilion scattered as fast as lightning. Chi! The blue mist came into contact with the sword net and burned a hole that was more than 10 meters wide. Croak! The blue-eyed blue toad's body bounced. It moved like a mountain, bringing with it countless gusts of wind. Whoosh! The sword net was torn open and finally broke. The blue-eyed blue toad also escaped into the lake. What a terrifying poisonous fog! This blue-eyed blue toad was much stronger than we had imagined. Forget it. There are many treasures on Floating Island. There's no need for us to waste time here. Junior sister Su should be coming out soon. Whoosh! As he spoke, a sword light broke through the surface of the lake and landed on the ground. Junior apprentice sister Su, the 4 of them were overjoyed and hurried over. "How is it? Did you get it?" "We dug out 2 demonic beast eggs." However, a bastard appeared and snatched away one of the demonic beast eggs. Su Xiao said through gritted teeth, "What? Someone dares to go against our Star Peak Pavilion? Could it be the Black Wind sect? Golden thread demonic egg? Could it be an atavistic phenomenon?" Everyone was shocked. "Senior brothers, your guess is correct. It is indeed a phenomenon of atavism. But he's not from the Black Wind sect. That brat is proficient in eye techniques. He should be from the Purple Extreme Devil Palace." Su Zhao's face was filled with lingering fear when he thought about how he had fallen into an illusion. Purple Extreme Devil Palace. Their faces darkened. Although their eye techniques are powerful, our Star Peak Pavilion is not to be trifled with. Junior apprentice sister, draw that brat's face. We'll gather the others. We must snatch the demonic beast eggs back. He escaped before me, but he shouldn't have gone far. Let's chase after him. Su Xiao seemed to have thought of something. Right, he also snatched my demonic beast pouch. There should be my aura on it. Damn it, I can't sense it. Don't worry. The Purple Extreme Devil Palace is proficient in soul power. They should have used some method to hide it. However, the demonic beast pouch was bestowed by the sex elders. The aura on it is impossible for a sea of soul realm martial artist to erase. As long as we ask the Mu clan for help, we can definitely find that person. The 5 of them made a decision and quickly left the place. After a long time, the surface of the lake rippled slightly. A figure quickly jumped onto the shore. Star Peak Pavilion? Demonic beast pouch's aura? No wonder I felt a vague fluctuation. This figure was Lin Xian. After obtaining the demonic beast eggs, he didn't escape immediately. Instead, he hid in the water. Seems like this Mu clan is also proficient in soul power. I must be careful. Taking out the demonic beast pouch, Lin Xian's fingers moved. Lines of mysterious inscriptions appeared, forming a pattern in the air. Seal, he growled. The inscriptions in the air suddenly shone brightly. Then they poured into the demonic beast pouch and sealed the aura on it. It should be fine now, right? Lin Xian put away the demonic beast pouch and quickly left the place. Walking in the forest, Lin Xian took out the map again. Seems like the things recorded here are indeed good. However, without enough strength, there is no way to obtain them. Lin Xian put away the map and headed for the next marked location. The floating island was very vast. No one knew where it ended. Moreover, it was very dangerous. Not only were there competition between disciples of other sects, there were also many powerful demonic beasts. If one didn't have enough strength, they would only become food for others. For the next 2 days, Lin Xian traveled through the forest. The tall trees were at least 100 meters tall. The leaves were lush and covered the sky. There were many demonic beasts that were hibernating. Some of them were abnormally powerful, far beyond what a sea of soul realm martial artist could handle. During this time, he saw a 10-meter-tall white jade demonic elephant and a 20-meter-long two-headed demonic wolf fighting. That scene was deeply imprinted in his heart and could not be erased. In the end, the two destroyed everything within a 1,000-meter radius and perished together. After waiting for a long time, Lin Xian was sure that they were really dead. Only then did he jump down from the 10-meter-high branch. His body was like a swimming dragon, extremely agile. Woochie woochie! The little white monkey jumped down from his shoulder and quickly went to the 2 huge demonic beasts. Its furry little paw dug out 2 demonic crystals the size of a fist. They were like exquisite gems, shining with a demonic light. What a thick demonic chi! Lin Xian felt the demonic chi on them and slightly changed his expression. Woochie! The little white monkey waved its paw and swallowed the 2 demonic crystals. Eating so much at once, aren't you afraid of being stuffed? Lin Xian scolded. Woochie woochie! The little white monkey's face was full of mockery as it constantly gestured. Finally, it opened its mouth, and the 2 demonic crystals appeared in its hands. Hee hee, this little guy is very strange. Don't make a fuss about it. Lord Alcohol laughed. Lin Xian rolled his eyes. He realized that the little white monkey seemed to have a strange space that could store things. Ignoring the little white monkey, Lin Xian began to dissect the materials on the 2 demonic beasts. The white jade demonic elephant's tusks were as smooth as jade and extremely hard. Even his autumn scar sword, could not damage them. They were definitely excellent materials for refining. As for the two-headed demonic wolf's teeth and claws, they were also rare items. They were also excellent materials for refining. Finally, Lin Xian peeled off the entire demonic wolf skin. After doing this, he set off again. Woo! Lin Xian quickly approached his destination. Suddenly, a series of roars came from ahead. Chapter 251. This cry rang out in the forest, startling countless birds. Sensing the direction of the sound, Lin Xian couldn't help but speed up. If he remembered correctly, that place was the destination marked on the map. Using the Dragon Rebel steps, Lin Xian transformed into a beam of light as he sped through the forest. The ground in front of him suddenly shook. From time to time, roars could be heard. Furthermore, there was an extremely dense demonic aura. Lin Xian concealed his aura and carefully advanced. He hid behind a tree trunk and frowned slightly. A pungent smell of blood wafted from the ground, making him feel nauseous. There were many corpses of demonic beasts piled up on the ground. The fresh blood formed a small river that flowed continuously. At that moment, there were 3 powerful demonic beasts that looked at each other with hostility as they growled. Near them was a cave that was half a meter tall. From time to time, a strange fragrance wafted out. Woo-chee, woo-chee. The fragrance made the snow-white monkey cry out. Its body swayed as it attempted to charge out. Thankfully, Lin Xian had been staring at it the entire time. When it didn't move, he hurriedly held it down. However, the snow-white monkey's cry attracted the attention of the 3 powerful demonic beasts. So, a wind blade that was more than 10 meters long struck the tree trunk, producing a loud boom. With a stomp of his foot, Lin Xian's body abruptly shot forward before landing lightly on the ground. Roar! The 3 demonic beasts looked at Lin Xian and constantly roared with a strong sense of warning. Lin Xian secretly circulated his spirit energy and at the same time used his extreme purple eye to look into the cave. Inside, there were many rocks. Amidst the rocks was a fist-sized green liquid that emitted a strange fragrance. It's actually earth spirit liquid. No wonder it attracted so many demonic beasts. Lord Alcohol was enlightened. Earth spirit liquid. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. He had heard of this liquid. It was condensed from underground spirit veins. Every drop contained powerful spirit energy. No matter how injured one was, as long as one didn't die, 1 drop of earth spirit liquid would allow one to quickly recover. Furthermore, this liquid had the effect of raising a warrior or demonic beast's realm. Gulp! Even though Lin Xian was used to seeing treasures, when he saw the great earth essence, he was still moved. This kind of treasure must be obtained. Lin Xian's eyes narrowed, and the aura on his body gradually became fierce. Feeling the change in Lin Xian's aura, the 3 monster beasts began to roar uneasily. They had just gone through a great battle and were all injured, which affected their strength. Whoosh! The snow-white little monkey's body flashed and directly rushed out. Whoosh! The demonic beast on the right was a huge spider as big as a house. It spat out a spider web to seal the cave entrance. Bang! The snow-white monkey was obstructed, and its body was revealed. An angry expression appeared on its face. Behind him, 2 strands of sparkling and translucent spider silk quickly wrapped around the little monkey. Woochie woochie! The snow-white little monkey kept flashing around, scratching its ears and cheeks. The fact that these 3 demonic beasts were able to stand out among the thousands of demonic beasts was enough to show how extraordinary they were. Even the little snow-white monkey was blocked by them. The other 2 demonic beasts were a white spot demon tiger and a blue-winged demon wolf. The 2 demonic beasts had a thick demonic chi flowing around them, which was extremely frightening. If it were any other time, Lin Xian would definitely turn around and leave. But right now, the two demonic beasts were both injured with horrifying wounds on their bodies. Lin Xian decided to fight with his life on the line. With a flick of his finger, the autumn scar sword appeared in his hand. Wind style, the sword light flashed, and the sword chi in the sky merged with the wind, stabbing towards the two demonic beasts' wounds. Roar! The white crystal demon tiger waved its sharp claws, forming a couple of red sharp blades in the air, which were as sharp as blades. These demonic beasts had very sensitive senses. Although they could not see the sword chi, they could still sense it. With a leap, the white crystal demon tiger barely dodged Lin Xian's sword chi. On the other side, the blue-winged demon wolf shook its wings, forming countless wind blades that rushed towards Lin Xian. Crack, 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 crack. The ground and the trees nearby were all hit by the wind blades, causing countless cracks to appear. Shoo! The sword chi surged, and the sword intent surged, cutting apart the wind blades in the sky. Then, with an extremely strange speed, it stabbed towards the double-winged demon wolf, Wind Emperor's sword. After more than a month of training, Lin Xian had already grasped 60% of it, and this sword was extremely unpredictable. Shoo! Shoo! Almost as soon as the sword light flashed, the sharp sword chi had already stabbed into the wound on the demonic wolf's stomach. The power of wind and thunder surged, quickly destroying the demonic wolf's body. That wound had already turned from 0.5 meter to 1 meter. The blue-winged cradle roared towards the sky, ignoring the wounds on its body as it rushed towards Lin Xian. On the other hand, the white crystal demon tiger pounced towards the cave. With a flash of blue light, the demonic wolf pounced towards Lin Xian like a gust of wind, bringing with it the smell of blood and overflowing demonic chi. Boom! Stomping on the ground with its 4 limbs, the demonic wolf jumped up high and spat out countless wind blades. Lin Xian used the dragon rebel step, and his body was like an azure dragon swinging its tail, quickly moving away. However, the demonic wolf in midair flapped its wings and disappeared. When it reappeared, Lin Xian was only 1 meter away from it. Whoosh, whoosh. Its claws slashed out, tearing through the void. Lin Xian couldn't dodge in time, and hurriedly used the copper thunder pattern to block this attack. Boom! As if a mountain had crashed into him. The thunder pattern flickered as it resisted this attack with all its might. Lin Xian's face turned pale. Clearly, this attack had made him feel very uncomfortable. However, he didn't let go of this opportunity. Cloud's severing sword. The long sword slashed out like a rainbow, as if it was going to cut the clouds in the sky in half. The thick sword chi landed on the demonic wolf's body, producing a cracking sound. At such a close distance, the demonic wolf didn't have any chance to dodge, and the cloud severing sword's power landed on its body. Flesh and blood splattered as the sword chi quickly sliced through, revealing the white bones inside. Boom! A whirl. The demonic wolf landed on the ground, dying. Lightning chain. Lin Xian was still worried. He waved his hand, and 5 lightning bolts appeared in the void, connecting together and striking down. The demonic wolf didn't have any resistance and was shattered into pieces. Lin Xian's body flashed, and he ran toward the white crystal demon tiger. Just now, the white crystal demon tiger wanted to take advantage of the chaos to sneak into the cave, but it was trapped by the spider's web, and it kept struggling. Cloud's severing sword. Lin Xian raised his long sword and slashed down. The sword chi was like a rainbow, shaking the void, tearing everything apart, and slashing toward the white crystal demon tiger. Roar! Although the demon tiger was trapped by the spider's web, it didn't just sit there and wait for death. The tiger stripes on its body emitted light, forming a light above its head. A huge tiger shadow appeared in the void. Boom! Boom! boom. The sword chi clashed with the light, and a dazzling light burst out. Shoo! Lin Xian's body flashed, and he disappeared from the spot. Dragon counterattack 7 steps. His body swayed like a green dragon, and he stepped on the demon tiger's head. Crack! The sound of bones breaking was heard, and blood and brain matter flew out together. The white crystal demon tiger didn't even have time to cry out before its body fell to the ground. After taking care of the 2 demonic beasts, Lin Xian set his eyes on the last spider. Chapter 252. The snow-white monkey kept flashing, and behind it there were always 2 sparkling spider silks dancing. Lin Xian saw this and slashed out. The dazzling sword chi was like a dragon, whistling through the air. Dang, dang, dang. The sharp sword chi landed on the spider silks, but it only caused a few sparks. Such strong toughness. Lin Xian was surprised. One had to know that his sword contained 20% sword intent. Normal martial artists in the 7th layer of the spiritual ocean tier couldn't block it, but the 2 spider silks didn't cause any damage. The demonic beasts on the floating island were indeed abnormal, Lin Xian muttered, and at the same time changed the direction of his sword, stabbing towards the huge body of the venomous spider. Chi, chi. 2 fist-sized holes appeared on its body, and instantly green blood flowed out. Hoo, hoo. The 8 huge legs of the venomous spider danced wildly. Each leg was like a divine spear, able to pierce through everything. Lin Xian and the snow-white monkey were like lightning, leaving countless afterimages in the air. Their speed was extremely fast. Dragon counterattack 7 steps. Lin Xian's body was like a long dragon swaying nonstop. His feet emitted a dangerous aura. Dong! 1 foot stepped on the venomous spider's body, smashing out a terrifying bloody hole. Second step. The foot landed again, and another bloody hole appeared. At the same time, the venomous spider roared at the sky, and the 2 sparkling spider silks abandoned the snow-white monkey, waving towards Lin Xian with all its might. Ka, ka, ka. Wherever the sparkling spider silks passed, the rocks were cut open mercilessly, and the surrounding trees were all cut in half. Lin Xian didn't dare to be careless. Even if he used Copper Lay's body, he could still feel a heart-shaking aura. With a leap, he left the venomous spider's body. Another sword light flashed, and this sword cut right on the bloody hole. More than half of the sword chi pierced into the spider's body. The power of wind and thunder surged, and the long sword cut the venomous spider's body in half. Hoo, hoo, chi, chi. Green blood splattered in all directions. Everything in the surroundings quickly withered, and terrifying wounds appeared. Lin Xian held his breath and removed the 2 sparkling spider silks, then quickly rushed towards the cave. Puff! With a slash of his sword, Lin Xian bent his body and prepared to enter. Suddenly, a cold light flashed under his body and shot up into the sky, piercing his chest. At this moment, Lin Xian could feel the aura of death. The sword intent in his eyes surged as he slashed out together with the sword of soul. Ding! The cold light was blocked, and its speed slowed down for a moment. However, in the blink of an eye, it once again stabbed towards Lin Xian. Ding! Boom! The sharp tip pierced his chest, bringing with it a strange rotating force. The lightning mark flashed and condensed a thick lightning defense in front of Lin Xian's chest. However, this sharpness was too sharp. It actually drilled out a fingernail-sized hole and pierced under the lightning pattern. Puff! Lin Xian spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot, as if he had suffered a heavy blow. His body slammed into the wall and flew out along with the rubble. Whoosh! A translucent figure appeared in a flash, holding a star-like dagger in his hand. flickering with a cold light. Jia, earth spirit liquid. Wuji wuji. The little white monkey saw Lin Xian flying out and shouted anxiously. Its body swayed and disappeared. You're courting death. The translucent figure was suddenly enraged. The dagger in his hand suddenly pierced towards the top of the earth spirit liquid. Wuji! With a flash of white light, the little white monkey quickly escaped. The translucent figure sneered and looked at the earth spirit liquid. His face instantly darkened. The fist-sized earth spirit liquid was reduced by half. Damn monkey! The translucent figure let out a low growl. He took out a jade bottle and stored the remaining earth spirit liquid. Even the land on the ground had been taken away by him. After doing all this, he looked at Lin Xian in the distance. To be able to kill 3 rank 5 demonic beasts and have a strange monkey, your identity must be extraordinary. Let's see if there's anything good. Like a ghost, the translucent figure floated over. Whoosh! The pale white palm gradually materialized and finally became no different from an ordinary person. The palm slowly reached out and grabbed Lin Xian's storage ring. At this moment, Lin Xian suddenly opened his eyes. Soul fire! An invisible flame flew out from his left eye and landed on the translucent figure. It immediately burned. A scream rang out. The translucent figure immediately retreated and escaped into the distance. There were still flames dancing on his body. Trying to run? Lin Xian's body swayed, and his sword pierced out like a shooting star. Ding! The translucent figure raised the dagger in his hand to block, cutting off the dazzling sword chi, and colliding with the blade at the same time. Boom! Lin Xian's body swayed, and dispelled the strange power. The translucent figure also retreated a few steps and gradually revealed a human face. Impossible! How can you still be alive after being hit by the cold stars? The voice was filled with shock. After hiding for so long, you actually made a move at the last moment. You're indeed sinister. Lin Xian's voice was cold. Fortunately, he had obtained a mystic-level high-grade armor from Purple Heart, which saved his life. Kiki, brat, scram, or I'll kill you. After saying that, he waved the dagger in his hand. Soul fire. Lin Xian did not waste time and directly attacked. An invisible flame flew out, causing the translucent figure to scream again. Chapter 253. This dagger was dark blue in color, as deep as the stars. The 2 words Cold Star were carved on the hilt to be able to pierce through his copper thunder mark and leave a mark on a profound grade upper grade armor. This Cold Star was obviously not an ordinary weapon. Conservatively speaking, it should be a profound grade upper grade artifact. Of course, it could also be a profound grade upper grade artifact. The spider silk was extremely tough. Even his autumn scar sword couldn't cut through it, making it even more precious. However, Lin Xian agreed without any hesitation. Firstly, he didn't need a dagger, and this cold star would be more useful in the hands of the little monkey. Plus, there were 2 strands of spider silk. Lin Xian didn't feel bad about giving away 1 strand. After all, it would be beneficial for him if the little monkey became stronger. Furthermore, the benefits of the Great Earth Spirit Liquid were far greater than these weapon materials. Only when he became stronger would it be the most realistic. After a tough battle, Lin Xian had some enlightenment. He wanted to go into seclusion for a few days. He found an empty cave and blocked it with a huge rock. Then he took out the cold platform. Raising his head, Lin Xian dripped a drop of the Great Earth Spirit Liquid into it. That rich life essence filled every pore of his body, cleansing his body continuously. The 6 spiritual seas in his body surged, wrapping around the drop of Great Earth Spirit Liquid and quickly absorbing the energy within. Meanwhile, Lin Xian's cultivation was increasing at a visible speed. 2 hours later, some black impurities were expelled from his body. Lin Xian's body had been refined by the profound ice qi and the ice fire flame wine. He had already surpassed the normalcy of soul realm. Now, with the nourishment of the great earth spirit liquid, his body was already comparable to a half-step harmonious spirit realm warrior. Forming a seal with both hands, the power of wind and thunder surged, shaking off the impurities on his body. Changing the seals, Lin Xian closed his eyes and absorbed the energy of the great earth spirit liquid. On the side, the little monkey also swallowed a drop of great earth spirit liquid. Then its eyes became blurry, and it fell into a deep sleep. Just as Lin Xian was in seclusion, the 5 people from Star Peak Sect met the people from Purple Extreme Demon Palace. Without any warning, the Star Peak Sect's cultivators attacked with all their might, beating up the Purple Extreme Devil Palace's disciples. This unlucky disciple was Ziyi. His eyes had already recovered, and his cultivation had also improved quite a bit. But even so, he was still unable to withstand the attacks of the 5 people. Purple Demon Eyes. Ziyi used her bloodline power, released a large-scale illusion, and then quickly fled. Hand over the golden egg, or Levitating Island will have no place for your Purple Extreme Demon Palace. Su Xiao shouted. What bullshit demonic beast egg? I don't know. Ziyi cursed angrily. Humph, although you didn't take it, your fellow sect member did. If you know what's good for you, then cooperate with us and find that brat together. Another person shouted. Ziyi didn't believe their nonsense at all. He unleashed his bloodline power with all his might, and his body transformed into a streak of light as he fled. Could it be that someone else stole it? Ziyi thought. There were 4 of them this time. Other than him, the other 3 were his senior brothers. One of them was a half-step harmonious spirit cultivator. Whoosh! The sound of the air being torn apart rang out again from behind. The 5 people from the Star Peak Sect had caught up and formed a stellar sword formation to besiege Ziyi. The sword light fell from the sky like a meteor, exploding towards Ziyi. That terrifying presence was enough to annihilate an ordinary martial artist in the 7th layer of the spiritual C tier. Purple Extreme Demonic Shadow, Blood Fiend Descent. The bloodline power in Ziyi's body rumbled as he unleashed his strongest attack. His body transformed into a blood demon as he fought against the falling meteor shower. Rumble! Great stars fell one after another, smashing into the ground. Countless trees collapsed, and mountain peaks were shattered. Violet Knight was heavily injured and vomited blood. However, by relying on the power of his bloodline, he was able to withstand this wave of attacks. However, the next wave of sword rain and shooting stars was about to arrive. Soul Fire. He clenched his teeth and used his eye technique to interfere with a Star Peak Pavilion martial artist. Taking advantage of the chaos, he fled. Star Peak Pavilion, I'll remember you. Ziyi's voice drifted over from afar. Senior Brother Fong. The disciples of the Star Peak Pavilion exclaimed loudly and quickly rushed to the injured warrior's side. It's actually a soul attack. Damn it. Damn Purple Extreme Demonic Palace. We definitely can't let them off this time. Let's go and meet up with Senior Brother Chi Ming. We must eliminate them. The disciples of the Star Peak Pavilion were aggressive as they left with the injured disciple. 3 days passed in a hurry. Lin Xian finally completely absorbed the drop of earth spirit liquid in his body. With the addition of the ice platform, the effect reached the extreme. Merely 1 drop raised his cultivation to the peak of the 6th layer of the spiritual C tier. However, Lin Xian did not consume it again. Continuous advancement was not good. He needed battle to consolidate. Putting away the ice platform, Lin Xian discovered that the snow-white little monkey beside him was still asleep. Shaking his head, Lin Xian threw it into the demonic beast pouch. Then he seemed to have thought of something as his eyes flickered. Finally, Lin Xian clenched his teeth and dripped a drop of Earth spirit liquid onto the demonic beast egg. A violent mental wave spread out as the wash basin-sized egg absorbed the Earth spirit liquid, releasing a faint golden light. I hope you won't disappoint me. Lin Xian was full of expectations for this demonic beast egg. After all, it showed signs of atavism, and now with the nourishment of the Earth spirit liquid, its future growth was limitless. Putting away the demonic beast pouch, Lin Xian walked out of the cave. Finding the next destination on the map, Lin Xian set off again. However, this time he did not gain anything. There was a deep hole in the ground. Obviously, a stalk of spirit medicine had been dug out. Could it be a coincidence? Lin Xian's heart sank as he went to the next marked location. Similarly, the item had been taken away. Looks like I'm not the only one with a guide. Lin Xian sighed. He guessed that some disciples of large sects should have the same information. Sorting out his emotions, he set off again. There's a stone door here. Let's go take a look first. Lin Xian found a conspicuous location on the map. He paid special attention to some stone objects because he still had a stone key that might come in handy. In a valley far away, the Star Peak sect disciples finally found the Mu family martial artist. That aura is very weak. Looks like it's been sealed. But don't worry, I've already sensed that aura. Where is it? The Star Peak sect martial artist asked anxiously. It's moving at high speed. It looks like Inge is heading to the Stupa sect. A young man said. This young man was handsome, and his black hair was casually draped over his shoulders. He looked very dashing. Surrounding him was a thick layer of soul power, allowing him to float in the air. Thank you, Brother Mu-Chen. The Star Peak Pavilion disciple said gratefully. There's no time to lose. Let's head to the Stupa sect immediately. The Stupa sect was an important place on Sky Island, and it was about to open. At that time, all the martial artists would probably head there. Mu-Chen said lightly, We're going too. Let's go together. Thank you, Brother Mu-Chen. The leading young man said respectfully, We'll definitely report this favor to Senior Brother Chiming. Chapter 254. Stupa sect was one of the oldest existences on Levitating Island. It was like a symbol of Levitating Island, standing there all year round. It was as if it had existed for tens of thousands of years. No one knew when it had appeared. Just like Levitating Island, it was always a mystery. However, this didn't stop people from paying attention to it. It was said that it was a gate of fortune with countless treasures inside. Every time Levitating Island opened, the sealing power of Stupa sect would be at its weakest. It wouldn't take long for it to open completely. At that time, all the experts on Levitating Island would gather there, waiting for their fortune. And who would obtain it? Apart from luck, one also needed great strength. Lin Xian met disciples of other sects along the way and used illusions to obtain this information. Now, he was rushing to Stupa sect. From afar, Lin Xian saw a stone gate towering into the clouds, standing on the ground like a mountain peak. As he got closer, he could feel the vicissitudes of countless years. Lin Xian praised inwardly when he sensed the obscure aura above. Could this Stupa sect be related to Emperor Feng? He was puzzled, but at the same time, he was looking forward to it. This should be the ruins of a sect, Lord Alcohol said in a deep voice, but it has been defeated for a long time. Probably tens of thousands of years. Lord Alcohol's voice was a little low. Tens of thousands of years? Lin Xian sucked in a breath of cold air. One had to know that experts who entered the three spirit realms only had a lifespan of a few hundred years. Compared to 10,000 years, it was like comparing an ant to an elephant. What can be left behind after such a long time? Lin Xian suddenly felt a little worried. your Wind Emperor's sword art, is only an incomplete inheritance. If you can obtain the complete inheritance here, it will greatly increase your strength. The complete inheritance. Lin Xian was a little tempted. This was indeed possible. After all, he came here because of that strange key. A little further ahead, he could see figures flashing, and all sorts of air-piercing sounds could be heard. All of them had powerful auras. The weakest was at the sixth sky of Spirit Sea Realm. Most of them were at the seventh sky. There were even a few whose cultivation exceeded the Spirit Sea Realm. Half-step, harmonious spirit. Lin Xian's expression changed slightly. He didn't expect to see a half-step harmonious spirit expert here. He had used all of his trump cards to kill a half-step harmonious spirit expert. With the increase in his cultivation and the 2 new martial skills that he had learned, he might be able to contend against them. However, it was still difficult to kill him, unless he entered the 7th layer of the spiritual ocean tier, or achieved small success in sword intent. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xian rushed forward. On the way, gazes swept over him from time to time, and when they saw his cultivation in the 6th layer of the spiritual ocean tier, they all quickly retreated. Lin Xian smiled and didn't take it to heart. This was even better. He didn't need to draw attention to himself. However, if someone really treated him as an ordinary martial artist in the 6th layer of the spiritual sea realm, he wouldn't mind giving them an unforgettable lesson. As time passed, more and more people gathered around the Stupa Gate. With so many people here, it was inevitable that there would be some friction, but so far no one had fought. Most of it was because of the Stupa Gate. The chi it emitted made people revere it from the bottom of their hearts. Lin Xian's eyes flashed. He roughly calculated that there were about 300 people here, and there were more coming. These people wore different sect uniforms, so it was easy to recognize them. In fact, other than Xia Country, Shadow Country, and other remote countries, the countries in the center of Tian-Nan region sent many disciples. Firstly, it was because of the region, and secondly, the strength of these places was different. Although they were all 3-star sects, there was still a huge gap between them. Everyone waited quietly. Suddenly, a violent spirit energy fluctuation came from afar. Several figures rushed to the vicinity of the Stupa Gate, attracting the attention of almost half of the people. Because they had fought their way here, saber chi crisscrossed with a sharp aura, as if it wanted to break through the sky. That chi dispersed the pressure from the Stupa Gate. Is this saber intent so strong? Who is this person? I don't know. Looking at his clothes, he doesn't look like someone from the big sections. Could he be a martial artist from the border region? The nearby martial artists discussed animatedly, all of them staring at the young man with the long saber. Lin Xian raised his head and looked over as well. Then, a look of surprise appeared on his face. It's him? Lin Xian rubbed his chin. He knew this young man and had even fought with him briefly. He was Yi Dao Lung from the Snow-Seeking sect, the genius who had comprehended saber intent. A dazzling saber light lit up like a heavenly saber and came crashing down. A murderous aura filled the air, bringing with it a chill that split the ground. Behind him, a huge fist like a small mountain punched out, colliding with the saber light and exploding. The sound was like a thunder tribulation, making everyone's ears go numb. Oh no, retreat. Damn, it's too scary. Many martial artists covered their ears with their souls and retreated quickly. Lin Xian tapped his feet lightly, his body floating like duckweed. Bastard. Hand over the spiritual medicine. The person behind him was furious. I got the spiritual medicine. I can't give it to an outsider. If you don't accept it, just fight. I'll accept it. This guy is really arrogant. He doesn't even care about someone at the peak of the 7th layer of the spiritual sea realm, comprehending saber intent at such a young age. He must be a genius. How can such a person admit defeat? Kid, keep being arrogant. When the experts of my Black Wind sect come, I'll let you know what regret is. The black-clothed disciple snorted. He's actually a disciple of the Black Wind sect? Everyone was shocked, looking at the black-clothed martial artist in awe, feeling everyone's frightened gaze. The black-clothed youth said proudly, offending my Black Wind sect. You're dead meat. It won't be long before Senior Brother Ling Feng arrives. At that time, he'll kill you like a dog. When he comes, we'll fight. Yi Dao Lung's voice was cold like ice that hadn't melted for 10,000 years. Humph! You're about to die, and still dare to be arrogant. The Black Wind sect martial artist stood aside with a cold expression. Yi Dao Lung ignored him and walked forward. Hua! The nearby martial artists dispersed, afraid of getting involved with Yi Dao Lung. Yi Dao Lung wasn't afraid of the Black Wind sect, but that didn't mean they weren't. The Black Wind sect was powerful and was a top existence among the 3-star sections. Moreover, Ling Feng Zi was among the disciples that came this time. He was one of the strongest geniuses. Seeing this, Yi Dao Lung's face was like ice as he walked past quickly. Brother Lung, here. Suddenly, a hearty voice came from the crowd. Everyone was stunned, not daring to believe their ears. Yi Dao Lung had already offended the Black Wind sect and was avoided by everyone. Now, someone was greeting him so warmly. Didn't they know how to write the word death? The surrounding martial artists all looked back and finally saw a young man in the crowd. Dressed in green, his black hair was like a waterfall. A calm smile hung on his face, and his eyes were as deep as the starry sky. Such a handsome young man. Everyone praised in their hearts. Something's wrong. Dodge. These martial artists reacted and jumped away as if they were avoiding snakes and scorpions. Their faces were filled with fear. Chapter 255. Whose kid is this? Even if you want to harm someone, you can't harm them like this. That's right. Although I'm standing close to him, we have no relationship. I don't even know him. The martial artist who was originally standing near Lin Xian tried his best to explain. Lin Xian touched his nose helplessly. Could it be that the Onyx Wind sect was really that scary? It's you? Lung Yidao turned his head and looked over. I didn't expect to meet you here. Seeing that your cultivation has increased so quickly, I think the battle between us will come soon. Lin Xian broke out in cold sweat. This guy was really a battle maniac. The Onyx Wind sect's disciple's face turned cold as he stared at Lin Xian like a murderous knife. Kid, you dare to walk with the enemy of the Onyx Wind sect? You're courting death. I'll give you a chance. Hurry up and get lost, or I'll kill you too. The Onyx Wind sect's disciple was very arrogant. Lin Xian frowned slightly. The inscription in his right eye flashed like a black vortex that wanted to devour people. Plop! The Onyx Wind sect's disciple knelt on the ground. His forehead was covered in cold sweat, and his face was terrifyingly pale. F***CK. What happened? It seems that the kid just took a look and the Onyx Wind sect's disciple became like this. So evil. Could it be demonic arts? For a moment, the nearby martial artists all looked at Lin Xian in horror and couldn't help but take a few steps back. Lung Yidao was also very surprised. He knew that Lin Xian had comprehended sword intent, but he didn't expect him to know eye techniques as well. I heard that Shadow Country's Purple Extreme Demon Palace has a very powerful eye technique. You can't be related to them, right? Lung Yidao asked. I'm related, but it's not a friendly relationship. Lin Xian smiled. Junior brother Lung, you're here. A cold voice sounded. Lin Xian? The voice was filled with surprise. The two of them turned around and saw a beautiful figure behind them. She was like a snow lotus on an iceberg, cold and unparalleled. So it's the ice fairy. Lin Xian greeted with a smile. The three of them gathered together and discussed their respective opportunities. At this moment, a commotion broke out in the crowd behind him. Many people automatically opened up a path for him. Several figures slowly walked over, followed by a formless pressure on the soul. They're actually from the Purple Extreme Devil Palace. Lin Xian's face darkened slightly. He swept his gaze over and found Ziyi. Although Violet Knight hit it well, Lin Xian still noticed that he was injured. Could it be that this Violet Knight has offended someone powerful? A gloating smile appeared on Lin Xian's face. Speaking of which, they were old rivals, but now Lin Xian was confident that he could defeat him in 3 moves. However, when his gaze landed on the young man at the front, his eyelids suddenly twitched. He sensed the same aura as the dead purple heart from the young man. In fact, it was even stronger. Half-step, harmonious spirit. Worthy of being a 3-star sect, we can see 2 half-step, harmonious spirit experts in such a short time. Lin Xian was vigilant. The other 2 were also at the peak of the 7th level of Spirit Sea Realm. When the 4 of them stood together, they were definitely a powerful force. Half-step, harmonious spirit experts were the strongest here, so when Violet Knight and the others arrived, the crowd once again opened up a space for them. "Brat, it's you? You're not dead." Violet Knight saw Lin Xian outside the crowd, and his pupils shrank. The 2 people beside him also had a slight change in expression. As disciples of the Purple Extreme Devil Palace, they naturally knew that Violet Heart was chasing after Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian was standing there unscathed, while Violet Heart was missing. The result was obvious. Seeing the conflict between the 2 sides, the surrounding martial artists consciously retreated far away. "Why are you still alive? Where's senior brother Violet Heart?" "Seems like you're not smart." Lin Xian sneered. "Me being alive naturally means that Violet Heart is dead." "Impossible. Senior brother Violet Heart is a half-step, harmonious spirit expert. How could he die?" Ziyi roared. The more the surrounding martial artists heard, the more frightened they became. A half-step, harmonious spirit expert was chasing after a 6th-level Spirit Sea Realm martial artist, but was killed instead. No way. That's a half-step, harmonious spirit expert. Even if several 7th-level Spirit Sea Realm martial artists attacked him together, they wouldn't be able to harm him. It should be fake. That brat might have used a secret technique to escape. These people didn't believe that Lin Xian was able to kill a half-step, harmonious spirit expert. The people of the Purple Extreme Devil Palace obviously didn't believe it either. "Although I don't know how you escaped. Meeting us today is the day you die." "Violet Knight, take a step forward. I will let you know that I am the number 1 of the inscription tower. You? Not interested." Lin Xian curled his lips. "You're just an injured loser. Don't jump around in front of me. If you want to fight, he's more suitable." Lin Xian looked at the half-step, harmonious spirit expert in the middle. Everyone's heart jumped. This guy is crazy. He actually dares to challenge a half-step, harmonious spirit expert. The young man in the middle had a pair of triangular eyes that emitted a cold light, and purple patterns appeared on his face. A terrifying aura gushed out, as if he was being stared at by hundreds of poisonous snakes. "Arrogant. Senior brother, Wang Shi doesn't need to do anything. I can deal with you myself." Violet Knight's body swayed, changing into a purple shadow, and quickly rushed toward Lin Xian. Both of his hands emitted a purple light, like 2 sharp saw teeth. 2 beams of light shot out from his eyes, like a divine spear, piercing through the void. What kind of power is this? Why am I trembling? Too scary. Retreat quickly. The surrounding cultivators retreated like a receding tide, creating a vacuum. Lin Xian wasn't afraid. He took a step forward, and his body appeared above Violet Knight. "Die." Violet Knight put his palms together. and two sharp saw-teeth quickly slashed toward Lin Xian, emitting a dazzling light in the air. Boom! With just one stomp, Lin Xian had crushed the purple saw that was tens of meters long with just one stomp. I don't believe it. Die for me. Violet Knight's eyes moved. The light in his eyes was like a divine sword sweeping across the void. Clang! Clang! Another two steps landed on the light beam, creating an earth-shattering sound. The void trembled. Violet Knight suffered a violent impact. His body kept retreating, and each step he took cracked the ground. Is he still a human? He didn't even make a move. He just used his feet to disperse such a terrifying attack. Violet Knight was very sullen. Lin Xian's attitude was even more arrogant than the last time. This made him have the urge to vomit blood. The power of bloodline. The blood in his body surged, and a heart-palpitating power was quickly awakening. However, before this power could fully awaken, a black shoe landed on his chest, sending him flying. Puff! Violet Knight rolled out like a dead dog. His blood splattered all the way. Everyone stared at Lin Xian in a daze, listing him as one of the people they couldn't afford to offend. Although his cultivation was average, he couldn't stand up to Lin Xian's combat strength. The martial artists of Purple Extreme Demon Palace were both shocked and furious. Wang Shi stared at Lin Xian with murderous eyes, while the other two went to save Violet Knight. If you have any last words, leave them. Wang Shi's voice was like a poisonous snake rubbing against the ground, making people uncomfortable. Chapter 256. Lin Xian, the opponent, is a half-step harmonious spirit expert. Why don't we retreat first? Ice Fairy whispered to him. Do you need help? Yi Daolong was full of fighting spirit. Thank you both. I can handle it. Lin Xian shook his head. He didn't want to get Snow Sect involved. Wang Shi saw that Lin Xian still dared to resist, so he didn't say anything. The purple pattern in his triangular eye rotated, and a strong soul fluctuation was emitted. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk the soul power turned into a giant purple python, biting down ferociously. Soul power materialization? Lin Xian was shocked. This kind of technique was terrifying. It should be a technique that only a third-grade inscription master could use. Thunder Rush. The lightning pattern on his body surged. Lin Xian threw out a punch, colliding with the soul serpent. Asterisk bang. Asterisk the two forces disappeared. Lin Xian took a few steps back. His eyes were gloomy. The cold light in Wang Shi's eyes became colder. Not bad. You can actually withstand my attack. No wonder you have the right to be arrogant. However, you're too naive if you want to fight against the Purple Extreme Demon Palace with this kind of ability. The purple pattern in his triangular eye condensed into a three-petaled flower. It rotated rapidly, and a tidal wave of soul power rushed towards Lin Xian. Great Dragon Sword intent. Lin Xian's eyes became sharp. There was a faint sword light. An extremely powerful sword. Intent gushed out from his body. The clouds in the sky were split open, and a strong wind blew in all directions. Wang Shi's eye technique attack was also blocked. It could not move forward within 30 feet of Lin Xian, no matter how hard it tried. Asterisk clang. Asterisk asterisk clang. Asterisk many martial artists' weapons trembled, wanting to fly out. It caused chaos. Damn, it's sword intent. Isn't this brat too terrifying? Genius. A genius in sword Dao. Other than Yi Daolong, who was still calm, the others went crazy. Even Wang Shi was surprised. Interesting, but it's not enough. His feet flashed, and a purple light flashed. Wang Shi disappeared. Lightning storm. Lin Xian was surrounded by lightning and wind, like a terrifying sea of lightning. Whoosh. Like a piece of cloth being torn apart, the violent sea of lightning was split into two halves, and a vacuum appeared in the middle. Whoosh. Purple spiritual energy surged and turned into several poisonous snakes, forming a huge palm that suddenly fell down. When the surrounding sea of lightning came into contact with the purple palm, it began to melt rapidly, emitting sizzling sounds. What a strong poison! It can actually corrode. Lin Xian didn't dare to be careless. He used dragon counterstep and stabbed out with the long sword at his waist. Clouds severing as the sword light flashed past. The purple palm was cut into several pieces and exploded in the air. The sharp sword Qi rushed towards Wang Shi in an even sharper manner. The three-petaled purple flower in Wang Shi's eyes spun and formed a light screen, blocking Lin Xian's sword Qi. At the same time, he clenched his fist, and the surrounding air suddenly condensed, then quickly rushed towards Lin Xian. Borrowing the power of heaven and earth, what a terrifying method! The surrounding martial artists exclaimed. The reason why harmonious spirit realm martial artists were powerful was because they could borrow the power of heaven and earth. Although Wang Shi was only a half-step harmonious spirit realm martial artist, he could still borrow the power of heaven and earth with a secret technique. Lin Xian's body tightened. He felt that the surrounding air was like 10 big mountains that wanted to squash him. Ka. Lin Xian's body flickered with copper lightning patterns. His body was incomparably strong, with the nourishment of the great earth spirit liquid. The toughness of his body was 3 times stronger than a half-step harmonious spirit realm martial artist. Wind lightning sword wave. A sword wave that was infused with the power of wind and lightning quickly flew in all directions. The condensed space was cut open, and the invisible pressure disappeared instantly. Seeing that Wang Shi's move didn't trap Lin Xian, the surrounding crowd exclaimed again. There was a gap of 1.5 realms between the two of them. Moreover, Wang Shi was a half-step harmonious spirit realm martial artist, which was far stronger than a sea of soul realm martial artist. Fighting against those with higher realms, this is a true genius. Many people were envious. It seems like your ability is not even as good as the Xian. Lin Xian sneered. Now, it's my turn to attack. Thunder. Sword light, soared into the sky, and sword intent surged. In the sky, the clouds rolled, and the faint sound of thunder could be heard. This is the power of heaven and earth. How is this possible? He is only at the 6th sky of Sea of Soul realm. Sword skill. It must be a high-grade sword skill. The surrounding martial artists went crazy. They couldn't wait to capture Lin Xian and study him thoroughly. Wang Shi's triangular eyes also showed a dignified expression. He realized that he had underestimated Lin Xian. Thunder, the second move of the green cloud sword art. It attracted the lightning from the 9 heavens to kill the opponent. Lin Xian had the lightning attribute, so it was easier for him to attract lightning. Such a violent lightning power, and your soul power is also very strong. This voice was like a spring breeze, drifting into everyone's ears. Lin Xian and Wang Shi's body shook. They could naturally feel the strength of this person. Go on. At that time, the Stupa sect will have 2 less competitors. This voice had a hint of schadenfreude. Wang Shi snorted, and his body floated backward. Lin Xian also stopped his sword skill and looked at the newcomer cautiously. The 2 figures landed, completely ignoring the gazes of the surrounding people. "You're Lin Xian? I heard that you bullied my sister?" The newcomer's voice was filled with dissatisfaction. Everyone was stunned, and then looked at Lin Xian blankly. How many people did this guy offend? The one who spoke was a young man with a smile. Beside him was a young girl with big eyes, who was staring at Lin Xian. Could it be that this fellow did something wrong to her? It's possible. Look at that girl's resentful eyes. Lin Xian was speechless. These people's imaginations were too rich. With a flip of his palm, Lin Xian picked up the snow-white monkey and threw it to the beautiful girl. You can play with it for 2 hours. Woochie woochie! The snow-white monkey rubbed its sleepy eyes and groaned in dissatisfaction. Everyone's face darkened. This monkey's owner was too heartless. Holding the snow-white monkey, Jiang Rui's eyes narrowed into crescents. It seems like it has the power of bloodline. The smiling young man beside her was surprised. No wonder you can't forget it. Good little white, I'll give you some spirit fruits. Jiang Rui took out a pile of spirit fruits. It's actually the Jiang siblings. This Buddha gate has indeed attracted many experts. What's the background of this kid? He can actually invite the Jiang disciples. A group of people whispered to each other, as if they were afraid of the Jiang siblings. Many thanks. Lin Xian cupped his fists. He knew that the Jiang siblings were afraid that he would be taken advantage of. Sixth sky of Spirit Sea realm, able to fight against a half-step, harmonious spirit. No wonder my sister was taken advantage of. The smiling young man said, Humph, kid, consider yourself lucky. But you won't be so lucky next time. Wang Shi snorted and walked to the side. The smiling young man made him afraid. Moreover, the most important thing now was to wait for the opening of the Buddha gate. Everything else could be put aside. Lin Xian's expression was calm. If they really fought, he wouldn't be afraid. Even though he couldn't kill Wang Shi, the other party couldn't do anything to him either. Asterisk swoosh swoosh, asterisk 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 swoosh. Chapter 257. Not only were there people from the back, but there were also people from the left and right. Some of the auras were extremely powerful, not losing to Wang Shi, Jiang Xiaofeng, and the others. Buzz. A white figure flashed past, and the swords and sabers below were buzzing and trembling. What a powerful sword intent! Everyone exclaimed. Lin Xian frowned. He was very familiar with this sword intent, and it could be said that it was unforgettable. Lin Xian clenched his fists, making cracking sounds. He took a deep breath. The sudden arrival of these cultivators startled everyone below. Swish! Dozens of figures landed on the ground, bringing with them a powerful gale. These people's robes fluttered like a gale, emitting a terrifying aura. The person at the front had a powerful aura. He was like the source of the wind, driving the air around him. Ling Fengzi, the top disciple of the Black Wind sect. Many cultivators in the crowd looked at him with reverence. It couldn't be helped. The Black Wind sect was too famous. This could be seen from the previous performance of the crowd. And Ling Fengzi was the top disciple of the Black Wind sect. He could be said to be one of the top cultivators on the floating island. Feeling the gazes from all around, the disciples of the Black Wind sect were proud. But Ling Fengzi was expressionless. With his strength, he should be pursuing a higher realm, not a false reputation. Lin Xian looked at the figure that was like a gale, and his heart was pounding. Wind intent. He had felt this kind of feeling from Shadowless in the Inscription Tower competition. However, Ling Fengzi's aura was obviously much more powerful. It seemed that he had completely comprehended the wind intent, but to what extent? Sword intent and saber intent were also a type of intent. It was just that they were more inclined to attack. Swish! Just as everyone was shocked and envious, a sword light tore through the gale and flashed through the air. The sword light disappeared, and a youth in white appeared in front of everyone. Arrogance and sharpness, like a peerless divine sword, showing off its sharpness. His eyes emitted a powerful self-confidence, as if he didn't put anyone in his eyes. Who is this person? What a powerful aura. It doesn't seem to lose to Ling Fengzi. I don't know. He's not a disciple of the central region. Could he be from the border region? Everyone was puzzled, revealing a pondering expression. However, after seeing this person, Lin Xian's gaze suddenly turned cold. Lin Feng, it's really him. Half-step, harmonious spirit, small success, sword intent, said Lin Xian coldly. Lin Feng's strength had exceeded his expectations. Lin Feng was a peerless genius. It's still a little difficult for you to fight him now, Lord Alcohol said slowly. Indeed, whether it was in terms of strength or battle prowess, Lin Xian still had a big gap between them. There's still time. I'll definitely defeat him at the clan assembly. Lin Xian wasn't blindly confident. He had heaven-defying resources like the Earth Spirit Liquid and the Frost Platform. He also had the guidance of a mysterious expert like Lord Alcohol. As long as he was given time, he would definitely grow. After all, strictly speaking, Lin Xian had only cultivated for slightly more than a year. In a little more than a year's time, from martial disciple to the 6th layer of Spirit Sea realm, with battle prowess comparable to a half-step harmonious spirit, this kind of change had never happened before in the cultivation world. What a strong sword intent. This person is not simple. Jiang Xiaofeng stopped, smiling. Wang Shi and the others also felt a little gloomy. It seemed like there were more experts than they had imagined. It's Lin Feng. His strength has become stronger. Lung Yidao and Ice Snow Fairy looked solemn when they saw Lin Feng. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk boom. Asterisk a ball of flame landed on the ground, causing the whole ground to tremble. A heat wave like a sea of fire quickly spread in all directions. Apart from Lin Feng, Jiang Xiaofeng, Ling Fengzi, Lin Xian, and a few other experts who could resist, the others all activated their spirit armor. So hot. Damn it. What's that? Could it be a meteor? Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk the flames dispersed, and a tall man appeared. He was dressed in red, and the muscles on his body were like dragons. He was filled with an explosive aura. Meng Yan, he's also become stronger. Lung Yidao said with a trace of battle intent. Meng Yan was the first in Xia country's hidden dragon ranking. His reputation was even higher than Lin Feng's. His strength was unfathomable. Lin Xian's eyes twinkled. He didn't have a good impression of these two people. Meng Yan had fought with him because of the dragon fruit. There was a deep grudge between the two of them. Whoa! The snow-white monkey looked at Meng Yan and suddenly made a funny face. It looked very funny. The crowd was stupefied and started to worry about the snow-white monkey. Meng Yan's strength was at the same level as Ling Fengzi. Such people's face was very important. As expected, Meng Yan's face changed when he saw the monkey's mockery. A few days ago, it was this detestable monkey who had stolen his dragon fruit. Now, it had appeared again. Meng Yan looked around and found Lin Xian. It's really you, little boy. Today, nobody can save you. Meng Yan took a step forward. The qi on his body was like a burning flame. Little bastard. Hand over the egg. Otherwise, I'll kill your whole family. Another angry roar was heard. It was as if thunderclouds were rolling in, shaking everyone's eardrums. The people of Xingfeng sect are here, and the Mu clan, many martial artists in the crowd exclaimed. Their voices were filled with excitement. Lin Xian squinted his eyes and looked up at the sky. A group of martial artists landed slowly. Among them, a young girl glared at Lin Xian with killing intent in her eyes. Hand over the egg. Su Xiao gritted her teeth and pointed the red sword in her hand. For a moment, the atmosphere was extremely tense. There were actually two forces that wanted to touch Lin Xian. Including the Purple Demon Palace, there were 3 forces. Who is this kid? He actually provoked so many enemies. I don't know. I only know that he's dead for sure. Sigh, what a pity. Many people felt that it was a pity, but more people were here to watch the show. Jiang, Ryue, rolled her eyes at Lin Xian, and said angrily, "Little White, your master has provoked so many people. He's dead for sure today. Why don't you follow me? I'll give you spiritual fruits to eat every day." Whoa! The little white monkey nodded its little head and blinked its black gem-like eyes. Jiang Xiaofeng also looked at Lin Xian strangely. "Brother, you've provoked so many experts. You've got guts." Lin Xian smiled bitterly. He didn't want to make enemies for no reason, but these people had gone too far. It wasn't that no one had gone against them, but those people were all dead. Only he was capable of contending against these forces. Grudges in the martial world are inevitable, but I've never done anything shameful. On the other hand, they've done many dirty things. What did you say? Su Xiao was furious. "You snatched our egg, and you still don't admit it. You said I snatched it. Then let me ask you, did I snatch it from your hands?" "No way." Lin Xian snorted. "It's right there. You can't get it, so you blame it on me. What kind of logic is that? You're talking nonsense." Su Xiao gritted her teeth. "I saw it first." "You saw it first?" Lin Xian smiled. Chapter 258. "You saw the stupid gate first, so others can't enter?" Lin Xian sneered. "Chasing after others when you can't get it? Is this the style of your Star Peak Pavilion?" "Nonsense! I'll kill you!" Su Xiao screamed. "Brat, no matter what you say, we won't let you go. And your purple demon palace. Don't blame us for being merciless, for having such a disciple. What nonsense are you talking about? He's not from our purple demon palace." "Not from your purple demon palace?" "He clearly used an eye technique. Looks like your purple extreme devil palace is full of nonsense." Pooh! Hearing this, Ziyi spat out another mouthful of blood. He had been chased for so many days because of Lin Xian. Thinking of this, Ziyi had the urge to go crazy. The others from Purple Demon Palace also had ugly expressions. Wang Shi's face was gloomy, and his triangular eyes looked like they were about to spit fire. "Everyone, he's not from our Purple Demon Palace. On the contrary, he's also our enemy," Wang Shi said in a low voice. "If you want to kill him or beat him up, our Purple Extreme Devil Palace will not interfere." Lin Xian was going to die anyway, so it didn't matter who did it. Besides, he knew that Lin Xian was a tough nut to crack. Star Peak Pavilion had chased after them before, so it wasn't a bad idea to let them suffer a little. For a moment, Lin Xian became the focus of everyone's attention. Lin Feng's eyes moved and paused on Lin Xian for a moment before leaving. A cultivation of the 6th layer of the spiritual C tier wasn't worthy of his attention. As for Lin Xian returning to the clan in half a year to participate in the clan meeting, Lin Feng thought it was a joke. Lung Yidao and Ice Fairy were a little worried. Lin Xian had provoked everyone who was difficult to deal with. "Humph! Let me see how strong a shameless thief like you is today." A person walked out of Star Peak Pavilion and quickly charged at Lin Xian. Star Fist. This young man was called Zhang Cheng, and his cultivation had reached the peak of the 7th layer of the spiritual C tier. He threw out a punch, and it was like a falling star carrying a terrifying aura. F***CK. It's actually a mid-grade spirit-ranked martial art. Look at this punch. It should be at 60%. Although they had seen Lin Xian's strength, they still couldn't help but exclaim. Crack! Crack! Lin Xian was like a thunder god that had descended to the mortal world. His entire body was filled with tyrannical lightning. He stretched out his hand, and the lightning in the sky gathered, forming a huge palm of lightning that was dozens of meters long. Boom! This hit happened to hit the weak point of the astral fist and broke the fist technique with one hit. Then a huge palm of lightning grabbed the young man. Impossible! Zhang Cheng resisted with great difficulty. His handsome face had turned the color of pig liver. What do you want to do?" My fellow disciples are all here. If you touch me, you're dead. Really? Looks like you still haven't figured out your situation. Lin Xian's expression darkened slightly as he exerted more force in his palm, squeezing Zhang Cheng's bones until they creaked. It's broken, broken. Ah, I'll kill you. Crack. Lightning surged, instantly roasting Zhang Cheng's body. The smell of barbecued meat wafted in the air. Bastard. How dare you touch him? You're courting death. The people from the Star Peak Pavilion were furious. Someone dared to make a move in front of them. This was a slap to their faces. For such a large sect, face was the most important thing. However, they seemed to have forgotten that if they hadn't started the fight, they wouldn't have been slapped in the face. What? You want to hit me, but I'm not allowed to fight back? Lin Xian sneered and threw Zhang Cheng out. Plop! The people from the Star Peak Pavilion caught Zhang Cheng, trembling with anger. You're finished. No one can save you. Break his limbs and make him kowtow to junior brother Zhang. This kind of person has to be crippled of his cultivation so that he can't do evil anymore. The people from the Star Peak Pavilion were agitated and shouted coldly, if you want to condemn someone, you can always find a pretext. Lin Xian shouted, come at me if you want to. Don't think you're so great. I'll let you know the difference between us. Don't talk nonsense with him. Let's capture him together. 3 martial artists with powerful auras flew out, planning to attack at the same time. Shameless indeed, but I accept your challenge. Finishing, Lin Xian actually took the initiative to attack. Wind and thunder sword ripple. His fingertip flicked out a sword ripple containing a fierce dragon sword intent. A deep dragon roar sounded, mixed with the power of wind and thunder, quickly rushing towards the 3 martial artists from the Star Peak Pavilion. Big Dipper star screen. The 3 joined forces and shot out a bright light screen in front of them. It flickered with starlight and blocked the wind and thunder sword ripple. Dang, dang, dang. The ripples of sword chi hit on it, forming numerous cuts. The power of wind and thunder quickly tore apart the star screen. That power was frightening. However, it was 3 martial artists at the peak of the 7th layer of the spiritual ocean realm after all. Their defense exceeded the scope of the spiritual ocean realm and wasn't that easy to break through. As expected, the wind and thunder sword ripple pierced in halfway and disappeared. Kid, you can't break through our joint defense. The 3 stood in a row, and the starlight screen turned into a large net covering Lin Xian. Dragon counterstep 7 steps. Lin Xian leaped up like a swimming dragon. Ta! Stepping out, he hit the top of the martial artist's head on the right, and a dragon claw shadow appeared on the soles of his feet, stomping down fiercely. Pung! The star screen shattered, and a bowl-sized hole appeared. That martial artist seemed to have been hit by 100,000 mountains, and everything below his waist sank into the ground. Hiss! Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. How terrifying was the power to cause such an effect? The Star Peak Pavilion disciples in the distance frowned, their hearts hanging in the air. They couldn't understand why a martial artist at the 6th layer of the spiritual ocean realm was so powerful. This was far beyond common sense. Their eldest senior brother Qi Ming's face was also gloomy like ice. Ta, ta, stomping the martial artist on the right into the ground. Lin Xian disappeared again. 10,000 miles of starry sky. Milky Way illuminates. The remaining 2 disciples were scared and hurriedly sent out 2 attacks. A fan-shaped light appeared in the middle, dotted with stars, as if it was a real starry sky, but it contained a terrifying killing intent. The disciple on the left waved out a palm wind like the Milky Way, covering the sky and earth with shocking power. These 2 killing moves were enough to kill any martial artist below half-step harmonious spirit realm, but they met Lin Xian. Although his cultivation was only at the 6th layer of the spiritual ocean realm, his battle prowess was enough to look down on half-step, harmonious spirit realm martial artists. Lin Xian's body was abnormally agile, like an azure dragon, shuttling through the clouds. Twisting his body, his right foot suddenly stomped down like an azure dragon swinging its tail, carrying a force as heavy as 10,000 pounds, mercilessly stomping down. Rumble. Puff. Lin Xian took 2 steps consecutively, and the 2 martial artists below were sent flying as if they were heavily injured. 3 peak 7th layer spiritual ocean realm martial artists were taken care of by Lin Xian with just 3 kicks. This guy, how can he be so abnormal? Ziya's voice was trembling. Despicable guy. He became even more powerful. Jiang Riyue pouted her mouth. Meng Yan looked at Lin Xian and laughed loudly. Seems like that fire dragon fruit is indeed extraordinary. To actually let you grow to such a level. Lin Feng, if I kill this guy, your sword pool palace won't blame me, right? Chapter 259. Meng Yan's words caused an uproar. It seemed like Lin Xian was from the same sect as the man with the monstrous sword intent. What sect is so terrifying that they have 2 geniuses who have comprehended sword intent at the same time? However, Lin Feng only glanced at Lin Xian indifferently. Trash like him, no one will avenge him if he dies. The crowd shuddered. It seemed like the relationship between the 2 wasn't that good. A mountain can't accommodate 2 tigers. Many people lowered their heads and sighed. Meng Yan smiled. That's good. Little brat, you dare to steal from me? I'll burn you to ashes today. The disciples of Star Peak Pavilion and Purple Demon Palace laughed cruelly. With a half-step, harmonious spirit expert, Lin Xian was dead for sure. Yidao Lung and Ice Fairy's expression changed. Meng Yan was the first in the Hidden Dragon ranking. His strength and reputation were like a mountain that suppressed them. Now that Meng Yan was personally involved, Lin Xian was doomed. Lin Xian squinted his eyes and said coldly, "It seems like you're determined to kill me. Killing you is as easy as slaughtering a dog." Meng Yan shouted. Flames rose from his body, forming a sea of fire. A violent and ferocious chi quickly spread out, setting off a scorching wave in the air. Last time, someone stood up for you. Let's see who can save you this time. He threw out a punch that turned into a fireball that was dozens of meters long. Not good. Retreat. The crowd retreated in all directions, afraid of being affected. Brother, should we save him? Jiang Riyue held the little white monkey in her arms and was worried. I don't think he will be defeated that easily. Let's wait a little longer. Jiang Xiaofeng seemed to think highly of Lin Xian. Bronze thunder body. Lightning flashed on Lin Xian's body, forming a complicated lightning mark that carried a crazy aura. Thunder fist. Lin Xian didn't dodge and threw out a punch as well. Lightning danced wildly, and the azure lightning ball turned into a beam of light that shot into the distance. The lightning and fire collided, creating a dazzling light. 100-meter deep pit appeared under everyone's feet. Countless cracks spread out in all directions. Lunatic. He must be a lunatic. He can actually fight against a half-step, harmonious spirit expert. Meng Yan was slightly stunned, and then his face turned gloomy. Body refining technique? Is this what gives you the right to be arrogant? In the face of absolute power. Everything is futile. Flaming palm. Meng Yan raised his hand and pressed forward. A fiery red palm of light appeared in the sky. At first, it was only the size of a millstone, but as the surrounding spiritual energy continued to pour in, the fiery palm of light grew larger and larger until it was the size of a house. In front of the power of heaven and earth, you are just an ant. Die. The flaming palm came crashing down like a burning mountain, causing the void to collapse. Wait until you become a true harmonious spirit realm warrior. Lin Xian's black hair danced wildly in the wind. His body was filled with a sharp sword intent, and it was as if a dragon was roaring inside his body. Wind Emperor's sword. The sword pierced into the sky, and the surrounding wind danced. The power of wind and thunder turned into a shocking sword chi that soared into the sky. Rumble. The flaming palm slammed down mercilessly and landed on the ground, leaving a huge handprint. Where's that kid? He's not dead, is he? Everyone's heart palpitated. The power of a half-step, harmonious spirit realm warrior made their hearts tremble. Bang! Just as everyone was guessing, a sword light flashed and a cold light shone in all directions. Lin Xian stood proudly with the autumn scar sword in his hand. His black hair danced behind him, and he was not injured at all. No way. Even a half-step, harmonious spirit realm warrior can't hurt him? The surrounding warriors were stunned, and those powerful warriors were also frowning. Lin Xian was an exception, and his strength was shocking their knowledge again and again. Since this guy is our enemy, we must get out of here before he matures. The disciples of Purple Extreme Demon Palace and Star Peak Pavilion had the same thought. Even the disciples of Black Wind Sect had killing intent in their eyes. Half-step, harmonious spirit realm, #1 in the hidden dragon ranking? Lin Xian sneered. It seems like you've been sitting high and mighty for too long. How about I take your place? With just you, Meng Yan sneered. Although you have sword intent, it's not invincible. Buzz. With a flick of his wrist, a fiery red spear appeared in his hand. Meng Yan's aura rose once again, reaching an unimaginable height. This aura, could it be a high-grade profound rank treasure? Lung Yidao's voice was trembling. Wang Shi, Jiang Xiaofeng, and the others were also slightly shocked. Even Lin Feng was staring at the spear. If that's all you've got, then go to hell. Flame kill. The spear stirred up the wind and clouds, and a scorching light rolled out like 5 fiery dragons dancing in the sky. The whole sky was dyed red, and the air between heaven and earth was turbulent. Before the spear had arrived, Lin Xian already felt his body burning. The spirit energy in his body seemed to be evaporating and was quickly draining away. Dragon counterattack 7 steps. Like a dragon, Lin Xian's body turned into a ray of light. Ta! With 1 step, the shadow of a dragon claw appeared in the sky, grabbing at the fiery spear. Rumble, Lin Xian took 3 steps in a row, and the air shook like thunder. Everyone's heart was beating wildly. Humph! Several cold snorts sounded. Lin Feng, Wang Shi, Ling Feng Zi, and the others quickly cut off the connection. But ordinary warriors couldn't do it. Some of the weaker ones even spat out blood. However, this was only the aftermath of the dragon counterattack steps. The real power was all surging toward Meng Yan. Flame spirit armor. Meng Yan's face was pale. He didn't expect Lin Xian to know such a technique. His body bloomed with light, and his spirit energy surged out, forming a fiery red light armor on the surface of his body, and it was constantly expanding. In the end, a light giant covered in flames covered Meng Yan. This giant was dozens of meters tall, and its movements and expression were exactly the same as Meng Yan, but its power was several times stronger. Puff! The hand the size of a house grabbed down, and it had the power to break mountains and rivers. Lin Xian's eyes burst with a shocking sword light, and his body disappeared again. 5th step. Boom. The huge fiery arm broke, as if it was cut off by someone. Meng Yan's face was ferocious, as if he was severely injured. Flame spirit spear. He roared, and a long fiery spear condensed in the air, and its momentum was shocking. But Lin Xian was faster. Like a green dragon swinging its tail, he took another step. Behind him, a giant dragon shadow appeared, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. The might of this step also exceeded that of the previous few steps. The flame spear in the air suddenly became much dimmer. Clang, bang, the two collided, and the ground shook violently. The surrounding warriors all retreated quickly. Huge cracks appeared on the ground and spread into the distance. In the air, a storm of lightning and fire intersected like a destructive ball of light and spread to the surroundings. This momentum is comparable to a harmonious spirit expert. Many people were shocked. Lin Xian and Meng Yan retreated quickly, but the light in their eyes shone brighter. At this moment, the distant stupa gate suddenly bloomed with light, and its momentum was 1,000 times stronger. Chapter 260. The stupa gate is about to open. It was unknown who shouted, but immediately the black mass of people rushed into the distance. At this moment, no one cared about the battle between Lin Xian and Meng Yan. Everyone rushed to the stupa gate. Purple Demon Palace, Star Peak Pavilion, Black Wind Sect, and other sects also left without hesitation. Kid, consider yourself lucky today. Meng Yan shouted coldly. His body turned into flames and rushed into the distance. The copper lightning runes on Lin Xian's body gradually disappeared. The sharp sword intent also dissipated and lay dormant in his body. Is it going to open? Lin Xian looked into the distance with a trace of passion in his eyes. Swoosh! The snow-white monkey jumped back onto his body and blinked its big eyes. Jiang Ruyue pouted her little mouth and was very dissatisfied. However, she was pulled away by her brother, Jiang Xiaofeng. Brother Lin, go fight for the opportunity. Swoosh! Lin Xian's body flashed like a sharp sword and disappeared on the spot. The 1,000-meter tall stone gate was covered with marks of vicissitudes. Lines of runes appeared on it and quickly formed a huge pattern. During this process, the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth rushed toward the stupa gate, forming a terrifying spiritual energy vortex. It's finally open. Everyone was excited. Go in and seize the opportunity. Some disciples rushed in quickly. Ling Fengzi took out a stone token. It shone brightly and formed an inexplicable connection with the stupa gate. What's that? Everyone was stunned. They didn't expect Ling Fengzi to have such a move. In the distance, the young man from the Mu family also took out a token. It shone brightly as well. Everyone's eyes were burning with greed as they looked at the two of them. However, no one dared to move. They had heard of the Black Wind Sect's reputation for a long time. Mu Chen from the Mu family was an existence that even the Star Peak Pavilion had to treat with respect. Just when everyone thought there was no hope, Lin Xian's body shone brightly as a palm-sized token appeared above his head. Swoosh! Countless eyes looked at Lin Xian. They didn't hide their greed. Why does that kid have one too? I don't know, but he definitely won't be able to keep it. Brat, hand over the token, and we'll leave your corpse intact. The people from the Purple Extreme Devil Palace and Star Peak Pavilion shouted coldly, Hee, Lin Xian, I didn't expect you to have such a treasure. Meng Yan laughed cruelly. Give me the talisman, and I will consider letting you go back to Jianqi Palace, said Lin Feng coldly. In addition, countless gazes were fixed on him. Damn it! Lin Xian had the urge to stomp his feet. Firstly, he didn't know that the stone token would appear on its own. Secondly, these people were too despicable. They actually dared to have designs on him. Xiao Xuanzi, don't take it head-on, said Lord Alcohol via voice transmission. But Lin Xian was unwilling, but he had no chance against so many experts. I'll try to see if I can lure out the thing inside, Lord Alcohol said in a deep voice. But there's only one chance. Whether it works or not, I have to retreat. Fine, Lin Xian said through gritted teeth. Won't. Without any warning, the stone token above Lin Xian's head blossomed with a dazzling light like a small sun. What happened? Everyone was puzzled because only Lin Xian's token had changed. Ling Fengzi and Mu Chen's tokens hadn't changed. Rumble. Just as everyone was in a daze, a blurry black figure suddenly appeared in the vortex above the stupa gate. Not good. That kid attracted it. It might be a treasure. We can't let him get it. Everyone came back to their senses and frantically pounced on Lin Xian. At that moment, apart from Lung Yidao, Ice Snow Fairy, and the Jiang siblings, almost everyone else moved. A black object appeared above Lin Xian's head with an ancient aura. Swoosh. Boom. Sword chi surged and tore through the sky, piercing towards Lin Xian. The saber flashed and turned into a waterfall, mercilessly slashing down. In an instant, all kinds of terrifying attacks surged towards Lin Xian. Dragon counterstep. Lin Xian's body fluttered and moved quickly, shuttling through all kinds of lights. The illusory figure above his head gradually became real. Slash. A dazzling sword flashed and slashed towards Lin Xian. This sword was so stunning that Lin Xian couldn't dodge it. Wung. Lin Xian's body flashed with thunder marks, and at the same time, he quickly slashed out with his sword. Clang! The two collided. Lin Xian kept retreating, blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. The black figure above his head didn't move and gradually disappeared. After a successful attack, Lin Feng once again slashed out with his sword. At the same time, Meng Yan and the others quickly attacked. They couldn't wait to tear Lin Xian to pieces. He's injured. Hurry up and help. Brother Lin, run. We'll help you block them. Lung Yidao, Ice Snow Fairy, the Jiang siblings, and the others rushed to help Lin Xian. Lin Xian roared into the sky as his black hair fluttered in the wind. He quickly slashed out several times. However, he was met with even more attacks. A few of the gasoline blasted his body, causing considerable damage. Run. Lord Alcohol secretly took action and grabbed a wooden box from the black figure above Lin Xian's head. The wooden box was enveloped in multicolored light and emitted a terrifying aura. Lin Xian grabbed the wooden box and looked around. Today, you chased after me. I'll return it 100 times over in the future. Lin Xian's voice was cold like a sword beam. Do you think you can escape? Meng Yan laughed maniacally. Kill him and take his treasure box and token. The others roared as well. Boom. The flaming spear stabbed out like a fire dragon. I will definitely take back what belongs to me. And all of you, wash your necks and wait for my return. A black vortex appeared on Lin Xian's body and constantly expanded. Die. Lin Feng attacked with his sword. Wang Shi attacked with his purple pupils, and many others attacked at the same time. The void was about to shatter, but the black vortex quickly disappeared, taking Lin Xian away. Damn it. The treasure is mine. Many people raised their heads and roared. Brother Mu, what is that token? Asked Feng Qi Ming from the Xing Feng Pavilion. Everybody looked at Feng Qi Ming and Ling Fengzi, waiting for their answer. Buddha token. After Ling Fengzi said these 3 words, he didn't say anything else. Mu Chen slowly said, I don't know how to use the Buddha token, but from what happened a moment ago, Lin Xian didn't take all the treasures. Indeed, everybody had seen that Lin Xian had only taken 1 treasure box. Right, that bastard still has my demonic beast pouch. We can find him, Su Xiao quickly said. The people from the Xing Feng Pavilion were delighted when they heard that. Even the others looked excited. If they can get the Buddha token, they can obtain endless treasures. That little boy is cunning. Let's capture him together. Many people wanted to form an alliance with the Xing Feng Pavilion. After that, apart from the Black Wind sect and the Mu clan, everybody else was extremely anxious. During that time, Lung Yidao, the Ice Snow Fairy, the Jiang clan's brother and sister, went to the Buddha Gate. The others followed Mu Chen's instructions and started looking for Lin Xian. Lin Feng's eyes were twinkling as he entered the Buddha Gate. Some cultivators chose to wait near the Buddha Gate. As long as Lin Xian was alive, he would definitely come back. An hour later, Ling Fengzi and Mu Chen's talismans dazzled as they entered the Buddha Gate. 1,000 miles away, in a dense forest, tigers roared and apes cried. A black whirlpool appeared in midair, followed by a figure descending from it. Chapter 261. This figure was Lin Xian. He had escaped here with the help of Lord Alcohol. Puff. As soon as he landed, Lin Xian spat out a mouthful of blood. Previously, there were dozens of people who attacked him together, and there were even a few half-step, harmonious spirit experts among them. It was already a miracle that he was still alive. Recover my strength first? Lin Xian didn't hesitate. He found a safe place and took out the ice platform and a drop of great earth spirit liquid. As soon as the drop entered his mouth, Lin Xian circulated the longevity art and began to heal his body. The drop of great earth spirit liquid contained terrifying life essence. Under the effect of the mysterious technique, it quickly merged into Lin Xian's body. Multicolored light overflowed, and a vast energy wrapped around his body, rolling continuously. Half a day later, the wounds on his body disappeared. As for the drop of great earth spirit liquid, only half was consumed. Lin Xian didn't open his eyes, but continued to circulate the longevity art. He wanted to break through the seventh sky of spiritual sea layer in one go. Spiritual energy surged. Lin Xian constantly changed seals, and a surge of energy was constantly brewing. A day later, a rumbling sound came from his body, like the roar of waves, and an abnormally tyrannical aura spread out. Seventh sky of spiritual sea layer. Lin Xian opened his eyes, and a smile appeared on his lips. Lin Feng, Meng Yan, and Purple Extreme Demon Palace, Star Peak Pavilion. Everyone who dares to attack me, I will behead you one by one. After calming himself down, Lin Xian took out the treasure box. Feeling the terrifying aura on it, Lin Xian gently rubbed it. Let me see what kind of treasure it is. He opened the treasure box with hope. Chi. Just as he opened a crack, a terrifying aura soared into the sky, like a peerless divine sword awakening, wanting to tear people apart. Ka. Countless terrifying sword marks appeared in the cave, and it was a ghastly sight. Lin Xian bore the brunt of it, as if he was stabbed by thousands of swords. Weng, the copper thunder rune appeared immediately, blocking the terrifying killing intent. The great dragon sword intent in his body rumbled, resisting the sword intent in the treasure box. Weng, as if it had been stimulated, the sword intent within the treasure box resonated and emitted an even more dazzling light. Rumble. The entire cave was pierced through and countless boulders fell down. Terrifying sword wounds appeared on Lin Xian's body. Bang! Lin Xian's body surged with lightning, forming a 10-meter-long protective shield. He quickly rushed out of the cave. Crack! He used all his strength to close the box. In an instant, all the terrifying sword intent disappeared. Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief and wiped away the cold sweat on his forehead with lingering fear. Instead of being beaten to death by those people, he was almost killed by this box. What is this? It can't be a trap, right? Lin Xian's face fell. In that split second, his bronze thunder body had almost been pierced through, and that was only by a sliver. Stupid, this is good stuff. The improvement of your sword intent is all thanks to it. Lord Alcohol said. Improve my sword intent? Lin Xian pondered. He had indeed sensed a shocking sword intent from the box. This sword intent was much stronger than his small mastery sword intent. Don't tell me it's large mastery sword intent. Lin Xian was moved. But how do I improve it? I can't withstand it at all. You want to reap the rewards without taking the risk. How can there be such a good deal? Lord Alcohol said disdainfully, the greater the risk, the greater the reward. As for whether you want to try it or not, it's up to you. If someone attacks you again, I can't guarantee that I can take you away again. Lin Xian fell silent. He knew Lord Alcohol's situation. He couldn't easily take action. Furthermore, he didn't want to be besieged again. A group of people had joined forces to hunt him down just because he was weak. He didn't want such a situation to happen again. I'll risk it. I don't want to suffer such humiliation again. Lin Xian's eyes were resolute. All right, set up a formation first to prevent the sword intent from leaking out and causing unnecessary trouble, Lord Alcohol said. Lin Xian nodded. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly frowned. They actually chased after me. Are they going to chase me to the end? Lin Xian's expression was extremely ugly. Whoosh. His body flashed as he left the area. Moments later, dozens of figures appeared. They were from Star Peak Pavilion. There's remnant sword intent here, and some blood. It seems like he's seriously injured. Chase. We can't let him escape. Fang Qiming said solemnly. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. To the left, in the crowd, a white-robed youth kept issuing orders with a cold expression. He wasn't Mu Chen, but another disciple of the Mu family Mui. You can't escape. Everything is under my control. Mui sneered as he held a disc in his hand. Suddenly he frowned, and his face darkened. There was a moving red dot on the disc that represented Lin Xian. But now, the red had disappeared. Mui felt as if he had been slapped in the face. His face was burning. He had just said that everything was under his control when Lin Xian disappeared. This was undoubtedly a slap to his face. Damn it. He must have used some method to hide his aura. Mui roared in exasperation. Don't worry, we'll split up. He's injured, so he can't have run far. Fang Qiming was calmer than Mui. Li He, you take a group to the left. Wudong, you take a group to the right. The rest of you, follow me. Suddenly, the entire group split into 3 groups and ran in 3 different directions. In the primitive forest, Lin Xian's expression was solemn. He had used the method Lord Alcohol taught him to temporarily seal the aura on the demonic beast pouch. That was how he managed to escape. They've split up. Let's collect some interest first. Lin Xian rushed out like a cheetah. These people were crazy and had chased him for thousands of miles. Naturally, he wouldn't be lenient. Picking a group that didn't have any half-step, harmonious spirit experts, Lin Xian used his soul force to cover his aura and quietly approached. The breeze blew, causing the leaves to rustle. The grass on the ground swayed like a green ocean. A team of 8 people, led by Li He, was searching quickly. There seems to be traces of being stepped on. Someone in the group exclaimed. Search carefully. Li He said coldly. The 8 of them spread out in an arc. Their bodies glowed as they carefully searched. This kind of formation could not only increase the efficiency of searching, but also quickly form a defense to prevent sneak attacks. However, they still underestimated Lin Xian. Moreover, Lin Xian's injuries had not only healed, but his cultivation had also increased by a level. Lin Xian hit on a tree trunk and seized the opportunity to suddenly attack. With a flash of sword light, a sharp sword wave surged out, cutting the 2 closest to him in half. Everyone, be careful, Li He shouted. Form the formation. At the same time, he let out a long whistle to call the others. Boom. Lin Xian didn't talk nonsense. He slashed out with his sword intent. With a flash of sword light, Li He clutched his neck and fell down. His eyes were filled with unwillingness. Boom! With a punch of his left hand, Lin Xian turned a person beside him into a bloody mist. Lin Xian's expression was cold. If he didn't kill, these people would kill him. In order to survive, he had no other choice. Wind, lightning sword wave. Sword chi surged. Fine sword waves spread out in all directions. Puff, puff, run. The remaining two were scared. They ran in the opposite direction. As long as one of them escaped, the news that Lin Xian was not injured would spread. Chapter 262. Swoosh. The sword light flashed as fast as lightning, leaving a dazzling trail of light behind it. The warrior's head flew away, leaving a trail of blood behind. The other warrior was already 100 meters away. He was confident that he could escape from this place. Suddenly, he felt a chill on his back, followed by a heart-wrenching pain. No, this is impossible. The warrior slowly lowered his head, his eyes filled with disbelief. From the left side of his heart, a sharp, cold light pierced out. Whoa! A snow-white figure flashed, and a little monkey jumped around with a dagger in its hand. Its eyes were filled with disdain. Boom! The warrior fell to the ground, dead. Even until his death, he couldn't believe that a monkey could kill him. Let's go! Lin Xian waved his hand, calling the little monkey back. He then changed into a sword light and quickly left the place. Swoosh, swoosh. Not long after Lin Xian left, Fang Qiming and the others arrived. But when they saw the corpses on the ground, they gasped. Li He. The crowd couldn't believe what they saw. Some of them even shouted out loud. There are still remnants of sword intent on these wounds. It should be that brat's doing. Fang Qiming's face darkened. Most of these corpses were his Star Peak Pavilion's disciples. Now that they were dead, how could he not be heartbroken? This is impossible. Isn't he injured? How could he kill all these people? Even if he couldn't win, he could at least run away, right? He must have a helper. Fang Qiming glanced around and found the corpses of his disciples 100 meters away. The distance between the two was more than 200 meters. At this distance, only a harmonious spirit expert could kill them at the same time. What should we do now? Should we just let him go? Spread the news and let more people look for him. We'll follow behind and reap the benefits. Fang Qiming said in a deep voice, I feel that his strength has increased again. You guys be careful. Then he squatted down and touched the terrifying sword wound. His eyes flashed. Brother Mui, we'll have to rely on you to track this guy's whereabouts. Don't worry, I'll contact the others. I absolutely won't let him escape. Mui said with hatred. Not long after, all the people who were chasing after Lin Xian received the news. Many of them rushed towards the Star Peak Pavilion, forming an even more powerful alliance. After Mui, the Mu family once again produced a powerhouse. This was a beautiful young girl. Her name was Mu Rong, and her strength was above Mui. With the two of them working together, they finally found Lin Xian's tracks again. This time, we must take him down. We must not let him escape. Other than those from the Star Peak Pavilion, there were also disciples from the Purple Extreme Devil Palace and Black Wind sect. There were also disciples from other sections. There were 50 of them in total. Each of them had a powerful aura. If they worked together, they could even fight against a harmonious spirit expert. 50 people set off together. And the spiritual energy that covered the sky and covered the earth joined together. It was like raging waves, and their momentum was vast and mighty. When they got close to where Lin Xian was hiding, they stopped. This is the Mu clan's chi concealing rune. Take it with you. Mu Rong said coldly. 50 people concealed their chi concealing rune and divided into 5 groups, advancing in an encirclement. Lin Xian was hiding in a big tree. Suddenly he opened his eyes. Lin Xian's eyes flickered as he looked around. His face immediately turned gloomy. The 5 groups were all within 100 meters of him. They would be able to reach him in a few breaths. Damn it! Lin Xian cursed as he pulled out the autumn scar sword. Someone had concealed their chi concealing rune. Looks like you have met your match this time. Lord Alcohol transmitted. Want to kill me? It's not that easy. Lin Xian sneered. If he wanted to break out of the encirclement, these people would not be able to stop him. Taking a deep breath, his body flashed as he quickly retreated. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The 5 groups moved and blocked his path. 50 people formed a huge encirclement from all directions, trapping Lin Xian in the middle. Kid, surrender obediently. You should be proud to have so many people chasing after you. Lin Xian, you killed my Star Peak Pavilion's disciple. Today, I will capture you. Hand over the token, and I will leave your corpse intact. Angry shouts came one after another, covering the sky. Lin Xian did not try to be brave. Facing so many people at the same time, even a half-step harmonious spirit realm expert would not be enough, unless he was facing a true harmonious spirit realm expert. Using the Dragon Rebel step, his speed reached the extreme. Set up the formation. A loud voice resounded. As light shone in all directions, you won't be able to escape this time. Fong Qiming roared as he punched out like a meteor. Lin Xian's body kept flashing as he quickly arrived at the edge of the encirclement. Big Dipper's 7-star formation. The 7 disciples of the Star Peak Pavilion formed a sword formation with their hands. One after another, huge stars fell down like mountains, bringing along endless astral winds that tore through the void. Get lost! Lin Xian punched out with his left hand, while his right hand slashed out with a long sword. The power of wind and lightning surged as his fist turned into a roaring thunder dragon. The sword light shone even brighter. Boom! Clang! The 7 disciples of Star Peak Pavilion swayed, their faces pale. However, even though they were injured, they still managed to stop Lin Xian. In the blink of an eye, 2 half-step harmonious spirit realm experts rushed over from behind. One of them was Fong Qiming from Star Peak Pavilion, and the other was Wang Shi. Haha, here I come. Another fiery red light appeared as Meng Yen descended with a sea of fire. 3 half-step harmonious spirit realm experts gathered together. Their aura combined into an ocean, crushing the entire area. This formation was enough to fight against a harmonious spirit realm expert. I didn't expect you to increase your cultivation in just a few days. Meng Yen sneered. So what? Even if you're a half-step harmonious spirit realm expert, you still can't escape. With the protection of the experts from Mu Clan, it's enough to cut off your whirlpool. Fong Qiming was full of confidence. Kiki. Wang Shi's triangular eyes revealed a murderous glint. This was a death situation, but Lin Xian was not afraid. Want to kill me? It's not that easy. Didn't you want this? After saying that, he took out the treasure box. Everyone's hearts burned as they stared at him. Everyone be careful. Don't be fooled by him. As long as we kill him, the item will be ours sooner or later. Fong Qiming reminded coldly. Don't worry, I won't let him go no matter what. What an arrogant fellow. Today, I'll share this treasure box with you. Lin Xian's eyes revealed a trace of madness. Lightning runes flashed all over his body as he activated his armor. Lin Xian exerted force in his palm and opened the box slightly. Wang, the void, trembled as a sharp aura filled the air. Everyone felt a chill in their hearts, as if there were thousands of swords hanging above their heads. Crack, crack. Lin Xian opened a third of the treasure box, and suddenly a shocking sword intent rushed out. This sword intent formed a solid sword ray that shot out in all directions. Run. Like the birth of a heavenly sword, it swept in all directions. Chi. Dozens of martial artists were too slow and were killed by the sword intent. The faces of the three experts besieging Lin Xian also changed, and they quickly retreated. Chapter 263. The faces of the three experts turned green. At such a close distance, all the hair on their bodies stood on end. Damn it, why does he have such a terrifying thing? Is this a treasure box or a demon box? The three of them retreated quickly, raising their speed to the limit. However, the sword intent was even faster. Lin Xian held the bottom of the box and aimed the crack at the three of them. The terrifying sword intent split the surroundings, threatening Meng Yan and the other two. Puff! Meng Yan's shoulder was pierced, blood spraying into the sky. Chi! Chi! A terrifying sword mark appeared on Fang Qiming's abdomen, and his intestines were about to fall out. Wang Shi's soul was the most sensitive, so he left in advance. Even so, there was still a cross-shaped sword mark on his chest. At this moment, whatever protective spiritual armor he had was of no use at all. This sword intent seemed to be able to destroy the world, making one's heart tremble. Swoosh! Swoosh! After the first wave, the terrifying sword intent attacked again. An aura of despair surged in everyone's hearts, and they fled in all directions. Lin Xian did not care about those small fries at all. Instead, he stared at Meng Yan and the other two martial artists from the Mu clan. He hated the five of them to the bone. Why do you have to kill us all? We are disciples of a 3-star sect. Even if you kill us all, you won't be able to escape. Think about your family. Can they withstand the wrath of a 3-star sect? Lin Xian, I don't want her things anymore. Let us go. Swoosh, swoosh. Lin Xian was expressionless as he charged at the five of them with the sword intent treasure box. At this critical moment, Meng Yan and the others took out their life-saving tools and blocked in front of them. Clang, clang. A piece of dark red broken armor enlarged beside Meng Yan and blocked the terrifying sword intent. Fang Qiming, on the other hand, took out a stone that looked like a star. It emitted a misty light that protected him. Wang Shi took out a purple inscription and activated it crazily, forming a dense array of runes around him. The two martial artists from the Mu clan worked together to form a yellowed picture scroll that formed a mountain and river, blocking everything. Puff! Lin Xian was the closest to the treasure box, and in the process, he received a lot of sword intent attacks. Fortunately, he was at the back of the treasure box and wasn't directly hit by the sword intent. However, that aura wasn't something he could withstand for long. He's injured. This is a good opportunity. Let's exhaust him to death. Wang Shi's eyes emitted a vicious light. Let's go. The five of them joined forces and walked over step by step. Let's see who dies first. Lin Xian's eyes revealed a hint of madness. He widened the gap on the treasure box and, at the same time, used the great dragon sword intent to stimulate it. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The sword will erupted like a volcano, forming a terrifying sword chi space within 1,000 meters. Wang Shi swung his sword again, and his body was dyed red with blood. Madman! This is a madman! Could this be the great success sword intent? Meng Yan's eyes were filled with fear. Retreat! Mu Rong said coldly, that kid won't survive. No one can resist sword intent. At the phenomenal stage, the five of them retreated, pushing their protective treasures to the limit as they quickly retreated. Stay here for me. Lin Xian's body flashed with lightning runes, and the armor on his body emitted a glow. He even had a drop of earth spirit liquid in his mouth. He held the sword intent treasure box and raised his speed to the limit. "No, you can't come over." Meng Yan and the rest were finally afraid. They had never seen such a crazy person. 5 figures soared into the sky and flew in all directions. Each of them fled in a different direction. Buzz, buzz. Behind them, 5 streaks of sword intent with a destructive aura surged and rushed toward the 5 of them. 5 screams rang out, and the sky was dyed red. It was a tragic sight. However, no one died. Meng Yan and the rest quickly escaped. More than half of the disciples with average strength were killed by the terrifying sword intent. Whoosh! Lin Xian stopped his pursuit. He stood on the spot, not daring to move. Within 100 meters, there was not a single living thing. Several terrifying sword wounds appeared on his body, and in some places, white bones were exposed. Damn, this is too terrifying. Lin Xian could not hold on any longer. Buzz, bam. The 2 sword intents constantly clashed, emitting a destructive aura in the void. The surrounding mountains and trees were sliced into countless pieces, and some were even reduced to dust. Buffed! Lin Xian spat out another mouthful of blood, and there were a few more sword wounds on his body. In order to protect himself, Lin Xian closed the treasure box with all his might. Ka! Ka! The copper lightning rune on Lin Xian's palm turned dim as the terrifying sword intent left deep cracks on it. Drip! Drip! Blood kept flowing. Thankfully, Lin Xian had the earth spirit liquid, which was brimming with vitality. Furthermore, he had consumed it in advance. Otherwise, just the bleeding alone would have killed him. Lin Xian seemed to have used up all his strength to close the treasure box by a third. Let's see if you can attain small mastery of sword intent. Lord Alcohol sent a voice transmission. Okay. Lin Xian agreed. Through gritted teeth, he powered his great dragon sword intent with all his might to resist the sharp sword intent in the treasure box. Invisible forces collided, forming a world of sword beams in all directions. The clouds in the sky were sliced into countless pieces. Roar! Behind Lin Xian, a dragon's head vaguely appeared. It was ferocious and terrifying as it roared towards the sky. Buzz! The sword intent in the treasure box became even more intense. It was like an indestructible heavenly sword, rushing in all directions. This process continued. Lin Xian seized the precious opportunity to quickly comprehend and perfect his great dragon sword intent. New wounds appeared on Lin Xian's body one after another, while the old wounds were healed by the earth spirit elixir. A day later, a loud dragon's roar resounded, shaking all directions. A violent and unruly sword intent soared into the sky, as if it was going to tear the sky apart. The dragon behind Lin Xian roared ferociously. Other than the dragon's head that was more realistic, it also had sharp dragon claws. Small success sword intent. Lin Xian laughed. With the sword intent on his body, he closed the treasure box. His body was still bleeding, and horrifying wounds were densely packed. However, there was a smile on Lin Xian's face. This was the sword intent that he had exchanged with his life. Using his spirit energy to seal his wounds, Lin Xian used all his strength to refine the earth spirit liquid in his body. His body disappeared from the forest. A few days passed in a hurry. The news of Lin Xian using the treasure box to fight against the experts spread everywhere. While people were amazed, it also aroused a deep desire. That treasure box was only one of the many treasures, but it was already so powerful. How powerful would all the treasures be? If they could obtain the stone token, they would be able to possess all the treasures. At that time, they would be able to kill even a harmonious spirit expert. For a moment, the search party for Lin Xian became even more powerful. This was because there was news that Lin Xian had been killed by the sword intent. Whoever could find his body would be rich. In the horrifying forest, a vacuum zone suddenly appeared. There were no trees, no rocks, and the ground was filled with horrifying sword marks. It was like the scene after an earthquake. This was the place where Lin Xian fought against the 5 experts, and now many warriors had appeared. There are so many corpses. Which one is Lin Xian's? The crowd began to search. Chapter 264. While everyone was searching for Lin Xian's corpse, on the other side of the forest, Lin Xian was trying his best to heal his body. Behind him, the waterfall splashed. Lin Xian sat in the pool, his body constantly overflowing with sword energy. The sword intent in the treasure box was not only extremely sharp but also very difficult to remove. It was as if it had an indestructible will. Fortunately, Lin Xian had the great dragon sword intent, which could quickly erase the indestructible sword intent. A day later, he removed all the indestructible sword intent in his body. After resting for half a day, Lin Xian's body returned to normal. To be able to recover from such a serious injury in just 2 days, this speed was shocking. Perhaps even a harmonious spirit realm warrior might not be able to do it. There were 3 main reasons why Lin Xian could do it. First, he had the great dragon sword intent in his body, which could quickly erase the indestructible sword intent. Secondly, Lin Xian had the earth spirit liquid, which was the life essence, in his hands, so his recovery speed was heaven-defying. As for the life essence, other than the little white monkey keeping some, Lin Xian also gave half to Lord Alcohol. As for the golden demon egg, Lin Xian also drank a few drops. Now Lin Xian only had a small bottle left. It was used to save his life. Lastly, the longevity art he cultivated also had the effect of rapid recovery. These effects combined allowed Lin Xian to recover in a short period of time. However, the others might not be able to recover in such a short period of time, even with the help of spiritual herbs. Lin Xian had calculated this point. He was prepared to catch them off guard. As for how to find them, that was even easier. The indestructible sword intent was very special. It was like a star in the night sky, very obvious. Lin Xian had a strong soul force, so it was not difficult for him to find them. Swoosh! He turned into a sword beam and left the waterfall. In the dark cave, there were 2 balls of purple fire that were flickering like the wisps. If one looked carefully, they would realize that these 2 balls of the wisps were the eyes of a person. And this person was Wang Shi. He activated his flame of the soul and kept burning the remaining inextinguishable sword while in his body. Suddenly, Wang Shi frowned. The purple flames in his eyes kept changing, turning into purple pupils. Whoosh! He slapped the ground with his palm, and his body flew 10 meters away. At the place where he was originally sitting, a sword light flashed. The sword intent surged, and the entire cave collapsed. Whoosh! 2 figures soared into the sky and flew out from the rubble. Lin Xian, you're not dead? Wang Shi looked at the figure in front of him, his pupils constricting. He couldn't help but be shocked. Lin Xian's injuries that day were much more serious than his own. There were many places on his body where white bones could be seen, but now he was still recuperating, while the other party had already fully recovered. Looks like you must have some divine healing medicine. If I kill you, I'll be able to recover immediately. Wang Shi's eyes were burning with passion. Kill me? Do you have the ability to do so? Lin Xian sneered and looked at him with disdain. Brat, you're courting death. Wang Shi was furious. His triangular eyes flashed with a terrifying light. Ah, Just as he was about to explode in anger, a cold light flashed behind him and stabbed into his body. He used all of his power to support his spiritual armor and swept his hand behind him. Whoosh! A white figure flashed past. The snow-white monkey was holding the cold star dagger with a proud face. "Damn monkey, I'm going to kill you?" Wang Shi's face was horrifying. A bloody hole appeared behind him. "Ha! You won't have the chance." Lin Xian raised his speed to the extreme, and a sharp sword light shot out from his body. He waved his arm, and the autumn scar sword shot out quickly, drawing a strange trajectory in the air. At the same time, a shocking sword intent poured out like a dragon's roar. "Ha! This is—" The furious Wang Shi's expression changed instantly. "Small success, sword intent. You've broken through again." He almost bit off his own tongue, and his body was a bit sluggish. He could be considered a genius, but compared to Lin Xian, Wang Shi felt like a piece of trash. Lin Xian's growth speed was something that he didn't even dare to imagine. The sword light flashed and was about to hit his body. Extreme purple inscription. Wang Shi's eyes kept changing, and a purple rune flew out, forming a purple light screen in front of him. Ding, ding, ding. The sword chi clashed with the purple light screen, producing a series of ding-dong sounds. This purple light screen was indeed Wang Shi's life-saving item. Back then, it had even blocked the undying sword intent, and now it had blocked Lin Xian's small success sword intent. However, that huge power still made Wang Shi take a few steps back. "I don't believe that you can keep using it," Lin Xian sneered as he kept waving his longsword. Wave after wave of horrifying sword chi landed on the purple light screen. Wang Shi was very regretful right now. Why didn't he ask Ziyi and the others to protect him? However, he was suspicious by nature and would not meet others when he was seriously injured, especially if they were from the same sect as him. This also gave Lin Xian a chance. Wind Emperor's Sword. The Autumn Scar sword became unpredictable, and the sword seemed to have merged with the wind. Shoo! The long sword pierced towards the purple light screen, and this time it was not blocked. The hilt was outside the purple light screen, but the tip of the sword appeared out of nowhere inside the purple light screen. This sword could be said to be the sublimation of the wind art. A purple light flashed in Wang Shi's eyes, and his soul fire floated out, landing on the sword as he backed off. Dang! The long sword shook, and the tip of the sword deviated from its original direction. However, the dragon sword intent had triggered the undying sword intent inside Wang Shi's body, and at the same time, a numbing sensation spread out from his body. Whoop! The snow-white monkey laughed proudly. "The dagger is poisonous." Wang Shi's face darkened. He activated all the spirit power in his body, trying to expel the poison out of his body. However, Lin Xian did not give him the chance. He kept waving his long sword, and at the same time throwing out thunder fists, attacking the purple light screen. Wang Shi felt his body go soft, and he could not muster any strength. Even if he was injured, he had to expel the poison out of his body. After making up his mind, Wang Shi suddenly stopped planning to take on Lin Xian's attack head-on. Sword Spirit Space. Lin Xian stabbed out his sword, and at the same time, the inscription in his right eye flashed, performing the illusion space. Wang Shi was originally anxious, and he was careless. The poison that had just gathered in his body spread out again, and his soul was also heavily injured. The purple light screen also faded and disappeared in front of him. Cloud Slash. Lin Xian raised his longsword up high, and the sword intent condensed. A terrifying sword light flashed, and it quickly slashed towards Wang Shi. No! The moment the sword chi slashed on Wang Shi's body, his soul also regained consciousness. Using his last bit of strength, Wang Shi's body forcefully moved a foot away. The sword Qi that was supposed to cut him in half only cut off his arm. However, Lin Xian did not plan to let him go, almost 60% of the Wind Emperor's sword. And the small success of the dragon sword intent finally cut off Wang Shi's head. There was a terrifying sword mark on the ground, and Wang Shi's body fell into a pool of blood, and his head rolled far away. With a wave of his hand, Lin Xian kept Wang Shi's storage ring. Next, Lin Xian did not stop, and his body glowed, and he quickly left. Chapter 265. Lin Xian quickly passed through the forest. This time, he was going to attack Meng Yan. Because the disciples of the Mu family were too mysterious, the Star Peak Pavilion must have a group of warriors protecting them. Only Meng Yan was alone. Moreover, Meng Yan had bullied him several times with the title of first place in the Hidden Dragon ranking. This time, he even joined forces with others to kill him. If he didn't get rid of Meng Yan, Lin Xian wouldn't be at ease. In the west of the primitive forest, there was a fiery earth vein with terrifying magma underneath. That kind of temperature could turn a seventh-layer spirit sea realm warrior into ashes in an instant. Whoosh! Lin Xian landed on the ground. Feeling the temperature from the ground, a cold smile appeared on his face. His eyes flashed, and he quickly found Meng Yan's hiding place. Cloud slash! The sword light flashed, and the small mountain in front of him trembled, quickly splitting into two halves. Whoosh! A figure came out. His hair was disheveled, and there was a sword hole on his left shoulder that couldn't be healed. Lin Xian, you didn't die? Meng Yan was shocked to see Lin Xian. When he found out that Lin Xian's strength had increased again, he decisively retreated. You think you can run away? With a tap of his foot, Lin Xian became one with his sword, turning into a long dragon and flying out quickly. Chi Chi. The sword Chi tore through the air and instantly arrived behind Meng Yan. Meng Yan's expression changed. Lin Xian's strength was higher than he expected. He didn't dare to be careless, and a broken dark red armor appeared behind him, protecting his vital parts. Dang! The sword Chi hit the broken armor, making a clanging sound. Although your strength has increased, you're still not my opponent. Meng Yan shouted coldly, I'll spare your dog life today. Get out of here. I think you can't do it anymore. Lin Xian sneered. Small success sword intent gushed out and quickly invaded Meng Yan's body. Small success sword intent. Meng Yan's expression changed again. The fiery red spirit power poured into the broken armor, preventing the small success sword intent from invading. Flame God Fist. Throwing out a punch, Meng Yan's right arm was wrapped in a fiery red spirit power, like a real flame dancing. At this moment, his half-step, harmonious spirit realm strength was fully displayed. His fists were as fast as lightning, and the fiery red fist wind was like a sharp blade, hitting Lin Xian's body with a crackling sound. Lin Xian's lightning runes appeared all over his body, blocking this sharp fist wind. At the same time, his body swayed, dodging this fist. Boom! The fist wind was vast and mighty, and the fiery red light was like a sea of fire, blowing away the trees in front. Lin Xian's purple demon eyes flashed as he quickly searched for Meng Yan's weakness. The long sword in his hand pierced out like a gust of wind. The sword transformed into a myriad of sword lights that enveloped Meng Yan's entire body. Each of the sword rays contained the small success sword intent, and their power was terrifying. It was like a rain of swords. Meng Yan's expression changed as he pulled up his broken armor to resist. His injuries had yet to heal, so he was unable to use his full strength. Coupled with Lin Xian's terrifying aura, he was momentarily at a disadvantage. Clang, crackle, countless sword scars appeared in the surroundings. Meng Yan shrank behind his broken armor and retreated continuously. The myriad of sword lights destroyed everything in their path. Lin Xian's aura was getting stronger and stronger. His long sword turned into lightning, forming a sword curtain in the air. The two continued to clash, causing the earth to tremble and energy to explode, forming a storm of thunder and fire that swept out in all directions. Don't think that you are the only one with the mentality. Meng Yan spat out blood as a trace of madness appeared in his eyes. He held the broken armor in his left hand and the flaming long spear in his right. The spiritual power on his body burned and pulsed continuously. Mentality of fire, spear destruction. The flames were monstrous, burning in all directions, turning all the trees in the vicinity into ashes. Meng Yan thrust out his long spear, bringing with it a scorching light, rolling up a wave of fire that was dozens of meters long. Lin Xian moved quickly in the air. Sword chi surged and sword lights spread out, clashing with each other continuously. Thunder. Sword chi soared into the sky, forming a layer of black clouds above. The horrifying thunder and lightning spread out. Lin Xian's body was also surging with thunder and lightning, as if he was the god of thunder. Destroy. The autumn scar sword fell, and a bucket-sized thunder and lightning struck out from the dark clouds in the sky. Wherever it passed, everything was turned into dust. The ground cracked and the mountain rocks shattered. Meng Yan's surroundings turned into a sea of thunder. When everything disappeared, Meng Yan was holding the broken armor up high, looking like it was about to fall. Lin Xian, even if I die, I will drag you down with me. Meng Yan activated his secret art, burning all the spiritual power in his body. Like a huge fireball, he shot out at a high speed. Flying fire shooting star. The mentality of fire surged, and the long spear was like a fire beast stabbing out at a high speed. The third movement of the Qinyan sword, moon shattering, the long sword swept out, forming a strange trajectory in the air. A half-moon-shaped sword chi flew out. Rumble. After an intense collision, the moon-shattering sword chi tore apart the flaming long spear at the last moment, piercing into Meng Yan's body. Dang! The broken armor was blown away, landing in the distance. Meng Yan was still in his charging posture, but his body had been cut in half. The #1 martial genius of the Hidden Dragon rank had finally paid for his evil deeds. Lin Xian let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Meng Yan's injuries hadn't healed yet, or else it wouldn't have been so easy to kill him. Putting away Meng Yan's storage ring, the broken armor, and the flaming long spear, Lin Xian drank a cup of spirit wine and moved out again. Now, time was life. He had to make his move before the remaining 3 people recovered. In a valley filled with birds and fragrant flowers, dozens of Star Summit Pavilion's disciples were constantly patrolling. Eldest senior brother's injuries haven't healed yet. It's all that Lin brat's fault, causing eldest senior brother to suffer such heavy injuries. That brat was already killed by the terrifying sword intent. He got off easy. Several Star Summit Pavilion's disciples conversed, their words full of malice. Someone's coming. A disciple at the peak of the 7th layer of the spiritual ocean tier frowned. Who's there? Stop. Stop. This is our Star Summit Pavilion's territory. Get your ass over here. But the figure didn't seem to hear, still moving quickly. Do it. Kill him. The disciple at the peak of the 7th layer of the spiritual ocean tier said. Now was the crucial moment for their eldest senior brother to recover his strength, and they definitely couldn't let outsiders disturb him. The expressions of the disciples at the front suddenly changed, as if their necks were being gripped by someone. Don't talk nonsense, do it. Lin Xian Lin Xian. That's the Lin guy. He's still alive. The two disciples at the front shouted in terror. Impossible? With that kind of terrifying sword intent, even eldest senior brother was heavily injured after using a secret treasure. How could the Lin guy still be alive? Unfortunately, I'm really alive. An indifferent voice rang out between them. Retreat. Inform the others. Get into formation. The peak of the seventh layer of the spiritual ocean tier roared, wind and thunder sword ripple. The circular terrifying sword ripple spread out, cutting the surrounding Star Summit Pavilion's disciples in half. Now that Lin Xian's sword intent had reached small success, these people weren't his match at all. Piu. In an instant, 5-Star Summit Pavilion's disciples were killed, and Lin Xian quickly walked into the valley. Who's there? The disciples inside quickly rushed out, and when they saw Lin Xian, their expressions changed drastically. That madman is here. He's not dead. Quickly set up the Big Dipper 7-star formation. Chapter 266. Lin Xian's arrival caused an uproar. All the cultivators in the valley almost went crazy. However, these people came from a big sect, so their ability to adapt was very fast. After a few breaths, the Big Dipper 7-star formation was formed, approaching Lin Xian. A monstrous aura was emitted, as if there were real meteorites in the sky, causing people's hearts to tremble. Moonbreak. Lin Xian used his ultimate move. A crescent-shaped sword qi slashed rapidly. Asterisk boom, asterisk the moonbreak. Sword qi slashed on the Big Dipper 7-star formation, causing a loud explosion. Don't think that I can't do anything if you don't come out, Lin Xian sneered, and his body suddenly disappeared. Not good. Quickly protect Big Senior Brother. A group of Star Peak Pavilion's disciples quickly deployed a formation, forming a curtain of stars covering the place where Fong Qiming was in seclusion. Lin Xian, do you really want to kill all of us? A weak voice sounded. Kill all of us? I'm afraid this is what you did to me. Lin Xian sneered. More than 50 people chased after me, and 5 of them were half-step, harmonious spirit cultivators. What a big deal. Lin Xian, I admit that I was blinded by the benefits, but now I'm also injured. Are you still not willing to stop? Fong Qiming's attitude was very humble. Lin Xian, am not a bloodthirsty person, but I have my principles. Lin Xian's voice was firm. A drop of water. A spring of water will be repaid. Those who bullied and chased after me, I will pay them back 100 times. Lin Xian, Star Peak Pavilion is a 3-star sect. If you kill us, you won't be able to escape. Moreover, your family will also suffer the wrath of Star Peak Pavilion. Don't use my family to threaten me. Tian Nan region is so big, whether you can find it or not is another matter. Moreover, my family has the strength of a 3-star sect. Not just anyone can bully us. Therefore, all of you can die in peace. As soon as Lin Xian finished speaking, he slashed out a sword qi that was almost 100 meters long, splitting a small mountain in half. Although I'm injured, I'm not someone you can kill. Fong Qiming seemed to be angry. Lin Xian, this will be your burial ground. Asterisk, swoosh, asterisk, 2 figures flew out from the cave, forming a monstrous aura. Although I don't know why you're fine, as long as I kill you, all your secrets. Fong Qiming's face was cold. Beside him was a disciple of the Mu family, Mui. Where's the other woman? Come out. Lin Xian fearlessly. These people were all injured, and their battle prowess was reduced. Lin Xian was more than capable of handling them. The 2 of us can kill you. Mui coldly snorted, die for me? Lin, Tiang, Xian, Qiming. Lin Xian's eyes flickered as he summoned Qing Nu. At the same time, he ordered the snow-white little critter to secretly search for the last Mu clan's disciple. Asterisk, swoosh, asterisk, a green figure appeared. The chi on his body was unusually strong. Helpers. Half-step, harmonious spirit. Fong Qiming and Mui's expression turned ugly, but they believed that they could protect themselves if they joined hands. Qing Nu, you go, and deal with the Big Dipper sword formation. Lin Xian ordered. Asterisk swoosh, asterisk, the green figure flashed, rushing towards the sword formation. While Lin Xian faced Fong Qiming and Mui. If we join hands, we might be able to kill him. Mui's eyes were filled with greed. Mountain River painting scroll. Both of his hands moved and a hazy painting scroll appeared in the air. It was a painting of magnificent mountains and rivers. Giant mountain suppression. A black mountain that was over 100 meters tall appeared in the air and crashed down on Lin Xian. At the same time, Fong Qiming also activated the Star Stone, attacking fiercely. Wind Slayer, moon shattering. Two-sword chi rushed out. The sword light shrouded the valley. Asterisk boom, asterisk the black mountain shook and flew out. On the other side, the moon shattering sword chi and the star fist wind collided, forming a terrifying storm. Dragon rebel step. Lin Xian's body glowed with light, pushing his speed to the extreme. Dragon rebel 7 steps. Lin Xian quickly rushed towards Mui, like a thunderclap, as if there was a dragon claw pressing down. The 7 steps all landed on the Mountain River painting scroll. The huge force made Mui's body tremble. He was already injured, so he couldn't resist, and with Lin Xian's speed, Fong Qiming couldn't save him in time. Outer sky flying star. Kicking the Mountain River painting scroll away, Lin Xian used his most powerful sword technique. Small success, sword intent condensed at the tip of the sword. Lin Xian's body flashed and appeared on the other side. Mui's pupils dilated. He felt his life force quickly disappearing. The Mu clan will not let you go. Asterisk boom, asterisk, Mui unwillingly fell down, a bloody hole appearing in his chest. Lin Xian opened his palm and took the Mountain River painting scroll into his hand, and then quickly put it away. All of this happened in an instant. By the time Fong Qiming reacted, Mui had already died. Impossible. This was his first thought. Although Mui was injured, it wasn't so easy to kill him. You're dead. The Mu clan will not let you go. Fong Qiming thought of the horror of Mu Qin, as if he could see Lin Xian's future. You should worry about yourself first. Lin Xian sneered. Sword of Soul. The inscription in his left eye flashed, and an invisible sword chi pierced towards Fong Qiming's soul. Lin Xian did not hesitate to use the Sword of Soul because he wanted to end this battle quickly. Fong Qiming screamed. The star stone on his body dimmed. Chi. Puff. The sword light flashed, and a head flew out. Elder senior brother is dead. Everyone run. The disciples in the distance saw this scene and were scared to death. Wung. Qing Nu smiled cruelly, and her 3,000 strands of hair turned into sharp arrows, piercing in all directions. Puff, puff, puff. The bodies of the disciples were pierced, and their flesh and blood quickly disappeared. The aura of the green-haired man became even stronger. Not good. Lin Xian's face darkened. He looked at the green-haired man, who had such a method. Humph. Lin Xian snorted, and his hands formed a seal, making the slave mark in Qing Nu's body clearer. Master, don't worry. I won't betray you. The bloody light in Qing Nu's eyes disappeared, and she begged for mercy in a low voice. At this moment, the little white monkey turned into a white light and rushed back. Behind it, a beautiful woman turned into a shadow and fled into the distance. Stay. Lin Xian sneered and quickly chased after her with Qing Nu whoosh whoosh whoosh. Lin Xian used the Dragon Rebel step, and his speed reached the extreme. But the Mu clan disciple, Mu Rong, burned her blood essence and desperately fled for her life. With a sigh, Lin Xian locked his eyes on the figure, and the soul sword flew out. Ah! With a scream, the figure paused, and her expression was one of agony. Lin Xian, the Mu clan won't let you go. Mu Rong cut off an arm, used the blood-dissolving mystic technique, and her body quickly disappeared. This is the power of bloodline. Lin Xian was slightly stunned. He sensed for a while, and indeed he couldn't find Mu Rong's aura. I didn't expect the Mu clan to have the power of bloodline. Looks like I have to be careful. Lin Xian was vigilant. Although one of them escaped, the result of this battle was shocking. Among the martial artists who chased after him, only Mu Rong escaped with serious injuries. The others were all killed by his sword. Looking at the storage rings in his hand, the corners of Lin Xian's mouth curled up as he ran into the distance. You're tuning into the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.